Welcome to Cooper Union and welcome to the 8th Typographics. 8 years, 8. I'm Mike Essel, I'm the Dean of the Cooper Union School of Art. Cooper Union was founded by Peter Cooper in 1859 to be open and free to all, independent of a person's race, religion, gender, wealth, or social status. This hall has seen 8 U.S. presidents, including Abraham Lincoln, who made his famous Right Makes Might speech from this very stage. The women's suffrage movement, the Red Cross, the NAACP, and ACT UP all held their first meetings here. I like to joke that Cooper Union starts revolutions. Thank you all for joining us in the Great Hall today. Typographics is hosted by Type at Cooper and the Herb Llewellyn Study Center, and your support helps us reach our goal of returning to free tuition for our students. So thank you so much. I learned to love typography upstairs in this building 23 years ago, and type and lettering have been part of our history for over 160 years. We're proud to continue that tradition with you today. Thank you to Cara DiEduardo and my Cooper Union family for all that you do for Typographics. Let's give a round of applause for Cara. Thank you to all of our speakers for joining us today. And finally, please welcome my fellow curators, Sasha Tochalowski, Ellen Lupton, and Barbara Glauber. We've all worked as curators in the Llewellyn Center. We've all taught design here. 3 of us are graduates, and we all love type. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It feels refreshing after 2 years away, so it's really, really great to be back here on stage. A lot has changed in the world, as you all know, we all have experienced. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of Zoom, a lot of distancing, but we also had some great things. We were very lucky to do 2 fantastic online conferences in the past. We're trying to keep some of those things. The live stream is the thing that held us back, so we apologize for the delay. We want to make sure that people can watch us remotely across the world, so we appreciate your patience. The world has seen many things. There's a lot of things that have happened. Many, I would say, are not so great. If you were walking into this building, you may have noticed that there's a Ukrainian flag flying on top of the building. So Cooper Union stands in solidarity with the people of Ukraine who are fighting an existential battle against an aggressor. My family has been displaced from where they live in Ukraine. This neighborhood has been touched. This is the heart of the little Ukraine village, which is everywhere across here. You'll see Ukrainian flags everywhere. So we're hoping, we're sending our thoughts and supporting everyone there. You'll see pockets of the program devoted to Ukraine. It's also Juneteenth, so Cooper Union wants to acknowledge that, and we have some, we have programming devoted to it, so there's a few surprises for you, and it's also Pride Month, so we have dedicated programs to that. So, things may not seem great for the last couple of years, but despite that, people are still making work. And sometimes design doesn't feel like it's the most important thing. Life is obviously much more important. But I think it's very important for us to continue to do what we do. And also, we don't always have to design. There's other ways that we can help. So I think it's very important for us to just think about everything that we do. But hopefully, moving forward and helping the world become a better place. But most importantly, it's so fantastic to be back. So welcome back, everybody.
I'm Ellen Lupton. I'm a proud graduate of the class of '85 at Cooper Union. Every time I get up here, I'm like, am I going to get in trouble? I'm on the stage. So it's really great to always come home every summer and more to be at Cooper Union. I'm here with some housekeeping for you. Wi-Fi, network, Great Hall. Password, very secret, is on the screen. There will be a short speaker Q&A via Discord after every talk. So speakers, be prepared to head to the green room and answer a few questions via Discord with our amazing moderators. And you have received a message about what Discord is, how to get on it. And there are QR codes all around that will also help you access that if you are interested in the Q&As. There will be bathroom breaks. They will be announced. There are bathrooms in this building on the ground floor, and there are bathrooms across the street in the other big Cooper Union building, and that's a little bit more generous in terms of facilities. And there's lots of other great stuff to do over there too. Type Lab is an ongoing global series of workshops and demonstrations and stuff that's happening online as we sit here. You can also find out about that via the QR code. Across the street, an amazing book fair with incredible vendors with unique stuff for you to buy. So when you go to the bathroom, buy some stuff, get your goodie bag, and party. There's a party tonight at the end of this program. It's at the press room in Lower Manhattan. It's a super graphic design-y place, so come enjoy that. You'll need your special pass to get into this unique, exclusive, nerdy, typographic party.
And Typographics wouldn't be possible without our fantastic sponsors, who we'd like to thank for their support. And our sponsors have also prepared some special eye candy for you that you'll see at various times throughout the day.
Hello. Our first speaker will be Donna Payne. Donna will discuss her work at Faber and Faber, one of the world's great independent publishing houses. She is creative director at Faber and Faber, where her brilliant team often draws inspiration from Faber's extensive design archive. Donna is a passionate advocate for design mentoring. She is building a more inclusive design industry by discovering and nurturing talent from all sectors of the creator community. Please welcome Donna Payne.
Hi. I'm just gonna, okay. Well, first of all, thank you so much for welcoming me, and thank you for that fantastic introduction. I can't possibly live up to that, I don't think. Yeah, being here after a period of lockdown, leaving behind my teenagers and flying from London to New York to speak at such a prestigious event, feels like the most glamorous IRL thing ever. And I've got a dress on, I'm not wearing pajamas, it all feels amazing. So thank you. And I'm also terribly honoured to be the warm-up act for such an esteemed list of speakers. I think this is going to be an absolutely fantastic couple of days. I hope you really enjoy it. So today I'm going to share with you a little bit about how we approach design, type and image at Faber, or at the very least provide some early morning design caffeine to kickstart your day. So I've been designing books and commissioning typography for over 25 years, but my time at Faber this past 17 years actually has probably been the most stimulating of my career. For those who are not familiar with Faber and Faber, it's one of the few truly independent publishing houses in the UK, with no less than 12 Nobel laureates to its name. Now, the list is incredibly diverse for such a moderate-sized house, spanning non-fiction, poetry, comedy and music, fiction and children's too, including publishing juggernaut Sally Rooney, whose cover for Beautiful World, Where Are You? Employing Rhonda Regular has been used worldwide. Now, we're a relatively small team. There are just 5 of us in the department, and we're all absolutely passionate about what we do. So this represents a year's work for us, designing and art directing around sort of 360 covers a year with the help of a few contributors. It's very, very pressured, as pressured as it looks, but this fast turnaround means that we're never overly precious with an idea, and it kind of keeps us fresh. We like to stay fresh and engaged, keep the design concepts coming. Now, this is just a fun slide, really. But although we're nimble, we're kind of old school too. When we're presenting covers for approval, this is how the magic happens, or at least how it happened before the pandemic drove us into the 21st century. I've been at Faber for 17 years, and this old piece of board on an easel was there before me. And when I started at the company, I suggested, well, maybe we should update it, you know. And people were so horrified at the idea that I quickly grew to love its tatty charms, because I kind of had to. And it's a fantastic device. It fits 5 cover options perfectly, which is really useful for editing ideas. So when I start with 10 or 12, I kind of bring them down to the width of the board. And the sales director always chooses the cover second from the left, and I use this to my advantage to get my favorite. I really, really hope she's not watching this. So this is an example of a front list title, i.e. the stuff we do every day, and the design challenges it presents. So packaging books to a specific brief for authors who write across a variety of literary genres. Akwaeke Emezi is a writer, activist, musician, fashionista. They were on the cover of Time magazine as a future leader at the same time as gracing the pages of Vogue. Now, we'd long since established a type-led look for Akwaeke as a writer, with high literary standing, but then in true Akwaeke style, they decided to write a romance novel, one with the filthiest first chapters I've ever read. And we had the delicious task of redefining how the fast-growing genre of black romance might look in a literary setting. So taking the sales lead brief to make it a big summer read featuring a Caribbean sunset, the wonderful Anna Morrison, who's part of my extended team, featured a different scene from the book in each nail as nail art. And I think this works brilliantly with the font Eclectotype. So that's the front list, the day-to-day. The thing that makes my role and Faber very special is that it's a heritage brand with a rich design history to match its literary prowess. And a couple of years ago, Faber celebrated its 90th year of independence, and much of our publishing plan that year was about celebrating the extraordinary stable of writers we'd built over the years. But at the heart was a collection of 30 short stories, printing as individual small format books by key Faber authors past and present. Now, we're usually briefed about a year before publication, but this turned out to be an editorially messy project, not blaming anyone. And managing the publishing rights of 30 authors, living and dead, turned out to be surprisingly complex and time-consuming, which led to those words every art director dreads. Could the design department create something good, fast, and cheap? Now, we were tasked to create a strong series design, something collectible that would stand out from the shelf, a hard-working typographic template that would keep design and print costs to a minimum. Easy. We had a month to turn it around. Now, myself and ex-Faber designer Luke Bird began the journey, starting with a simple marriage of grotesque bold extended and a bright colour. But this approach was too samey across a large series and being heavily reliant on contrasting colours, perhaps a little academic too. Then we moved on to more muted tones, getting sort of feedback all the time. Simple, clear type lookup with a changing layout for visual interest. But we felt it lacked warmth and felt a little form over function, again, sort of times 30. Now, actually, this option almost went through, a design that used extracts of copy to decorate the cover with a plan to sort of deboss. They were all kind of sort of on uncoated paper, so, you know, we kind of had a little bit of flexibility with finishes. But not quite right. And so it went on. These were seen as too modern, feeling a little like school books, not distinct enough, too white, they'll get lost. These were some of the comments. Suddenly we were in that place where we were flinging fonts at a wall to see what would stick. Time was ticking on, and we were still no closer to an achievable design system that felt celebratory enough for our 90th year. So then came my light bulb moment. This is a photo of my fridge. I'm not one for a quote card, but I think I might possibly have a crush on legendary tennis player and activist Arthur Ashe, as this card's been on my fridge at home for absolutely forever. And those words, start where you are, use what you have, do what you can, are really good words to live by in design and in life, I think. And with this now very late project keeping me awake at night, that line, use what you have, resonated with me like never before. I have had the privilege of leading an incredible team of talented designers over a number of years and a big book of excellent design and illustration contacts. Rather than have one or two people create 30 typographic covers that fit into a system, maybe 30 people could be given free rein. What was really the worst that could happen? So I completely rewrote the brief. I want to use this opportunity to celebrate not only the publishing, but a rich history of Faber design. Where we started, where we are now, but it had to be fast. Now, I often approach series design briefs as if I'm describing it to the design press. I find that quite useful. Thinking about what's going to make it different, what's going to pull it together. And so I set about creating a set of rules and sort of a wish list, to be honest, given the time constraints. So it would be that every Faber designer, past and present, would be invited to take on a brief. And in addition, non-book designers, typographers, illustrators that we'd longed to work with from all over the world. I wanted to feel properly global. And the brief was to simply to read the story and do the opposite of your first thought. We really wanted people to surprise themselves, and I really wanted to be surprised. But I would need a typographic design system that would hold everything together, and this sent me into the Faber archives for inspiration, where it all began. So this is Berthold Wolpe, and he was Faber's art director from 1940 to the early 70s. And here he is outside the offices in Bloomsbury, where we're still based. Apparently, he always designed with a pipe sticking out of his mouth, just like this. This kind of looks like a made-up photo, but this is actually what he looked like. And on his team was this woman, Shirley Tucker, who was then described as his assistant, but very much a notable talent in her own right, and responsible for this beautiful classic cover of the bell jar. So Volpe joined Faber at a time of post-war austerity. Now, it's an understatement to say that he was prolific, designing over 1,500 book covers in his time at the company. And this is a very small selection of his work here. Previously, many of the covers had been illustrated by notables such as Whistler and Nash, but it was somewhat inevitable that this notable German calligrapher, typographer, book designer, and illustrator would take this opportunity to create a typographic system that employed hand-drawn type and blocks of colour to respond to issues with sort of the supply chain. Now, before joining Faber, he created several new typefaces, including Albertus, as you can see here, which he created for the Monotype Corporation. And this is still used on many London street signs today. Now, this photo I've taken from the archive shows an early mechanical, which is just a sort of a pasted together base artwork that the printer would work from in order to achieve the final cover sort of shown here. I've always been inspired, fascinated by the dexterity of the horizontal and vertical graphic blocks Volpe employed, trying to carefully deconstruct the commonalities. I particularly love what I call Volpe's ribbons, cut off little blocks of colour that divide and give hierarchy to the space, and doing a brilliant job of sort of guiding the viewer's eye around the jacket. And so I couldn't help but use this as the basis for the 90th logo that year. Now, at this time, we'd just completed a collaboration with type designer Toshio Amagari and Monotype to digitize Volpe's fonts. And it was beautiful timing. We had 5 iconic Faber typefaces available to test and use. We needed something that nodded to our design history but felt contemporary too. And we loved the way the serif and semi-serif of Pegasus and Albertus worked together, sort of against the odds. They kind of shouldn't work together, but they do. I also needed a restricted palette, 30 creatives all working in different styles. Something other than the grid had to hold them together. There'd be no time for colour consideration. 3 Pantones would need no colour checking. It would be reliable and cost-effective. And finally, the grid system. I briefed our wonderfully talented typographer in my team, Johnny Pelham, to create this, a 3-fold flap design. This small area needed to hold actually quite a lot of text. The jacket copy, it needed to take the Faber 90th flash. I employed Volpe's kind of ribbon sort of design here on the sort of back jacket, branding, title and author, and a list of all the other books. So with the elements agreed, we assigned each designer and illustrator a short story to read, the colour palette, template. We asked for 3 to 5 concepts on a 2-week turnaround. There'd be no time for kind of really revisions or a next stage of roughs. Despite the tiny budget and tight deadline, everyone we asked said yes, and then we sat back and held our breath. So this was the end result, which was, I felt, as just a stunning variety of high-quality work, beyond really what I'd hoped for. I thought it was extraordinary that kind of giving the same brief to so many different, sort of creatives could give us something kind of so kind of varietal and sort of different. Everyone gave us their best work. It really was collaboration of the highest order. And although some were predictable in the best possible way, like this from Bill Bragg, giving us, as he always does, at least 3 brilliant design illustration concepts that were hard to choose from, and all just spot on. But it was the typographic responses that felt most satisfying to me. The inner room took a few revises before it was truly legible, but I loved that the grid allowed for all these very, very different approaches to work. And you can see the sort of first jacket here by Adrian Tominet, who's a brilliant graphic novelist. He illustrated his own cover, and he, kind of in common with some others in this set, sort of created these amazing jackets that sort of pushed against and worked with and reacted to the static kind of 4-corner grid we'd created. It achieved everything I wanted, really, and it truly did feel like a celebration of what Faber Design do best. And this tradition of type and image, this celebration of typographic integrity, is what continues to define the output of the department today. Taking Volpe's tradition of craft and turning it into something altogether new and contemporary, for a whole new generation of authors, as we have here with Max Porter. And we often find that it's the simplest of designs that spark ideas for risk-taking marketing assets, like this billboard made with real feathers created to promote the book. And we've taken Volpe's response to austerity and created a typographic language that is about simplicity and economy, knowing when to push it and know when to hold back, as we have with our most recent Nobel laureate Kazuo Ishiguro and his most recent book Clara and the Sun, and its quite affecting use of Trajana sans semi-bold. Fully exploiting the development of themes in type and colour to end up with something that is economic, striking and thought-provoking and hopefully best-selling and stop-dead beautiful too. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Donna. Another round of applause for Donna Payne, please. Abbott Miller is a proud graduate of Cooper Union's class of 1985, and we are proud to have him on stage for Typographics. Abbott's work includes brand identity, environmental graphics, exhibitions, and interactive media. As a partner at Pentagram, he has worked on exhibitions, books, and brands that create narrative environments with type. He has received many prizes and awards, including Cooper Union's very own Augustus St. Gaudens Award. His talk explores the emotional power and inner charisma of typography. How do fonts feel? How do they make Abbott Miller feel? Let's find out.
Thank you, Mike. I'm really happy to be here. It's, as I said, a whole lot more complicated than Zoom conferences. It's fascinating to see such a big team working on this, and really delightful to be in person. So I'll start, and hopefully this works. I wanted to start by thanking my team at Pentagram. Some of them have been with me for 12 years, 10 years, 6 years, and I get a lot of support from them. I want to begin. We're called internally the JAM team, so that's my little typographic graffiti shout out to the team. As Mike said, I wanted to talk about this recent study from Monotype that was published just a few weeks ago about the emotional impact of typography. When I saw this, I thought, I have a lot of emotions about type. I think everybody in the room has this kind of weirdly physical reaction. And so they got my attention right away. The study, they said, the goal was to see how type drives experiences, associations, feelings, and assess the effectiveness of type in different situations. So working with a neuroscience company, a multiple choice test was conducted online with 400 people between the ages of 18 and 50. The test used keywords such as quality, trust, and innovation in 3 different fonts, shown with coordinated taglines and logos. And you saw that sexy video about Cotford just before the conference. The fonts were selected to represent different sectors. The humanist sans FS Jack would represent banking and finance. The geometric sans Gilroy would represent technology. And the display serif Cotford would represent fashion and luxury. So while the study was ostensibly about the emotional qualities of type, I found it interesting that it also highlighted, in a way, how these stylistic conventions arise. And Monotype's Trends report does a really beautiful job, similarly, of just tracking how fonts become signifiers of whole industries. As Monotype's Phil Garnham asked, why do we use serifs in fashion brands, humanist fonts in financial brands, and geometrics in digital startups? These conventions are arguably the primary way in which type becomes communicative to audiences, Consumers have intuitive associations about type because, like Pavlov's dog, they have repeated exposure to the use of these fonts in these sectors. As designers, we make choices about type within the same environment. Our choices simultaneously reinforce and push against these orthodoxies. It's a delicate dance for brands to look both right within their category, but also to be distinctive. As consumers, our eyes have an appetite for the assurances that come from understanding the signals and a restlessness to see something different. With new brands, the issue of category recognition intersects with the need to signal newness. With new brands, this is sort of fascinating. It's sort of like there's this additional need to also signal that something is new. So it's a new way of banking, a new approach to healthcare, a new software platform, and so on. And with so many product paradigms and services around wellness and personal care, there's this really strange blurring that occurs among these categories, and it starts to blend into this sort of amorphous category of newness. Is it a drug, a dating platform? Is it underwear? I kind of find myself lost a little bit in this sort of consumer landscape, kind of guessing what that product might be. But typographic style is not really a detachable attribute. It's always mediated by context. Words and type form a kind of signifying bond. The word matters, the font matters, and the context matters a lot. So just as an example, I have this little typographic word-type relationship, maybe passive-aggressive. But my point is that the nuance of this, or the irony, or however you might interpret it, completely changes according to the context. So when you say fuck you to your lawyer versus your client versus your wife, has a different impact. So I think what the monotype sort of investigation was intriguing because it's really talking about the emotional shading of typography, its voice. And that's really what the point was. But what occurred to me is that trust, innovation, and quality are not especially emotional. Maybe you could call them business emotions. And that's not surprising that that might be the focus of such a study. But I wanted to ask, what if we use different words? Words that are more emotional, that relate more to voice, and kind of have this more hyperbolic quality. So I wanted to show some recent projects that, to me, kind of touch on some of those other qualities of voice in type. And I'd like to show, the projects that I think have type playing a really central role. And I think about type playing a role because it's parallel to the way a director searches for the right actor to play a character. It's to invert the title of the famous play by Pirandello. The process could be described as an author in search of 6 characters. And just as actors are said to inhabit a role, design for me is often about inhabiting a typeface, performing in it and through it. I think that's true of many people in this audience. So the voice of typography operates a little bit like a ventriloquist dummy. Have a couple layered metaphors here. We operate the puppet and feed it the lines. The more the puppet seems to be at odds with the ventriloquist, whether it's rude or subversive or goofy, the more uncanny the effect. But if you're thinking, wait a minute, Abbott, graphic designers are rarely theater people, you're absolutely right. I think we're much closer to mimes. So I want to start and define a few of these words and then look at some projects. First of all,
histrionic.
A little verbal support. So overly theatrical and melodramatic might seem far from the world of libraries, but not if the library is devoted to Shakespeare. The Folger Shakespeare Library opened in Washington, D.C. in 1932 as a center for the study of Renaissance literature and culture. The building was designed by Paul Cray. And like the weird time warp that you have in Cooper Union between the exterior and the modernist interior, the Folger is Art Deco on the outside and Elizabethan on the inside. Very weird. I was first involved with the Folger when I designed an exhibition about the life of Shakespeare in 2016. And now the library is undergoing a major expansion and will reopen next fall with new exhibition spaces and new signage and a new visual identity. And our goal this is the old identity on the bottom, but our goal was to really distinguish the Folger by really insisting on its identity as a contemporary institution serving contemporary audiences. There's a lot of that sort of PBS humanism in Washington, D.C., and really wanted to sort of articulate that this is a modern place for sort of modern audiences. There's an incredible array of sort of typographic inspiration at the Folger in the building, on the building, in the collection. And we started by just surveying all of this material. And I really love this sculpture in there's a fountain outside, and this will actually be moved later to right next to the entrance. But it had this beautiful inscription, Lord, what fools these mortals be, from the character Puck from A Midsummer Night's Dream. And I was really drawn to that. The sculpture was designed by a sculptor named Brenda Putnam. And she did this book called The Sculptor's Way, and she really is quite attentive to the role of lettering in sculpture. This is her, this is the artist. You can see that there's clearly connections between the lettering of her sculptures and the forms themselves. And what was so beautiful to me about this font was that, or this lettering, was that it sort of had this magnification of the character of the building, kind of monumental, modern, and really different from kind of the classic sort of humanities vibe in a lot of the other material. And so we sort of really looked at that closely and isolated that great F within the word fools and kind of made that our hero for the Folger. And we started to refer to this as sort of Tudor Deco as a style. And this is the final mark. We paired it with the typeface Mallory by Tobias Frere-Jones, a really beautiful font that he describes as kind of a combination of American and British tendencies in lettering and typography. And then there's a lot of different lockups. We've been kind of rolling out this system within the Folger over the last several months. Everything I'm showing you are really pandemic projects, which is interesting to work with institutions in this climate, and just some samples of how it looks and how it behaves in the system. That's a real tote bag that I managed to make look totally fake. It's actually real. I was so mad about the boots the guy was wearing, I had to sort of alter it slightly. The other cool thing about the Folger is that it has an Elizabethan theater tucked inside of it. And we had always argued that the theater should have a slightly different voice, related. But we were so enamored of this Puck lettering and wanted to somehow make more of it. So we found that Mallory was already pretty close to Puck. And that this, when I asked Tobias if he could extend it and sort of Puckify Mallory. And he was delighted to, and sort of brought in also references to Neuland and fanfare. So this is Mallory with Puck on top, and quite interesting how they work. And the client was just sort of overwhelmed when they saw this sort of really badass, heavy lettering that could really be this new voice for theater at the Folger. So we're working on this now, and these are hypothetical posters, but we're really eager to kind of roll this out in its entirety. We're really demonstrating the sort of hot and cold, powerful and sort of monumental qualities of what this lettering can do for the institution. And we're also doing a new series of editions. These are famous Folger editions of all of the plays. And we presented them with a bunch of options. They were in favor of this one, which features some of the manuscripts from the Folger collection with this overlay of Mallory or of Puck. And then I call this my Baz Luhrmann version. This was the other runner-up, and I think the first one will win, but we're still waiting to hear.
Charismatic.
So this is our second category. Can we describe typography as being charismatic? Can we describe a typeface that would arouse loyalty or enthusiasm or have magnetic charm or appeal? Last year, we started working with Jean-Michel Basquiat's sisters, Janine and Lisanne, and his stepmother, Nora, with a team from David Adjaye's architecture office to develop an exhibition about Jean-Michel Basquiat that has just opened here in New York at the Stair at Lehigh building. So these are the sisters, incredible project, amazing to work with them. And just to show you a little context, I remember as a student at Cooper seeing that show at Mary Boone's gallery, and that is Janine with him, with the artist at the opening. I think what was significant was that the sisters really wanted this to feel completely different from the kinds of exhibitions that have been held at museums all over the world. And that was appropriate. They wanted to feel like a celebration and to tell the story of his life from the family's point of view. And thinking about that sort of character of seriousness, but also being celebratory, I really thought and looked at this poster that was done for a show of jointly produced paintings by Warhol and Basquiat. I just love that quality of the sort of power but playfulness, and it's like commanding but also celebratory. And I used this font called Lectorat by Florian Fecker, which seemed like a really great match for it. And the core of our kind of campaign was to use these incredible images of the artist and to use 4 of them from different phases of his life. So these were wheat pasted all over the city, and part of this project was a really close coordination of graphics with the architecture that was done by Adjaye's office. So it's really built into the fabric of the system within the exhibition. I highly encourage you to see this show. It's just a really joyful and very special environment. Several recreations are featured here. This one is of his studio at Great Jones Street, and another one is a recreation of the Palladium nightclub that was on 14th Street. This is one where a couple of his enormous paintings are featured, complete with sort of 80s Jumbotron installation. We also helped create wallpaper from the family's Brooklyn townhouse and from photographs, strictly from photographic sources. There was this one in the dining room, but also the living room had this crazy pattern on the couch. And I really loved that pattern because it was actually totally cool. So I made it into a suit. And that's Janine and Lisanne at the opening, and they were doing opening remarks, and they hadn't seen me, and to see their faces as they saw me in the audience was worth it. The book is really beautiful. It's really approached like a kind of scrapbook, collage, family album. Really features most of the text from the 2 sisters, which we set in slightly different colors of typewriter type. It's just a really sweet book, very specific to this show, very much this blending of an homage and a kind of family portrait. And the gift shop, of course, was an opportunity for us to play around with creating t-shirts and graphics and fun stuff. I suggested this name, and they really loved it because it's all kind of goofy and sort of sweet. And we also suddenly at the very end were able to create chocolate for the event.
Performative.
So I'm going into my last bit here. Performative is really, for me, a way to talk about this project in Washington, D.C. Studio Theater was founded in 1978 and is on the corner of 14th and P Streets. And it rambles across, 3 different buildings, and it has 4 distinct smallish theaters inside of it. I knew as we started this project that, and they were undergoing this renovation, that signage had to be really an important part of it. You had to kind of knit these several buildings together, but also be a fixture in the neighborhood. I was really drawn to this typeface at the bottom right by my partner Matt Willey because it has this kind of funny all across the 20th century character, but also looks sort of projected or made. It's sort of an interesting softness to it. So it has the spirit that I was after, and I'll show you just quickly to get into it. There is a dialogue between the sort of signage logo and then the sort of small type that says theater. And then we've started to really develop the patterns of each theater that kind of are in the small lettering system that supports it. And that's sort of lead-ins and closers for their video promotion. So the theater is bright yellow. We were photographing it about a month ago, and as we were photographing, a woman got off the bus in front of us, and stopped with me and the photographer, and she said, "It's too yellow." And it really slices out from inside the sort of space of this corner. What I can't show here is we've created all of this opportunity to do big posters all around the facade of the building. They weren't ready to hang at that point. But we developed a lot of great kind of murals within to activate the space. These are details. It's very full on in terms of the graphics living in the environment. I did a lot of these at real scale so that they didn't look just blown up from small things, but they really carried that quality. So these are some of the textures that I created with ink, and then you sort of see it taking a pretty active role in kind of bringing people through the audience. Signage, a lot of stuff about the history of the theater and the important actors and productions, and then quotes from different plays that are a part of one large mural. Again, the theater shapes was a kind of an icon for us. That was a donor wall. These are bags. And then posters. Suddenly I'm doing posters for a client that actually wants them, which is a new thing for me. And these are some of the productions that have been produced and really interesting. Many of these have been produced before, but they do a lot of original programming. And then this one is for the upcoming season, a show about a group of people in Iran learning English. Last piece, a little bit of a stretch, performative. Typefaces that actually perform. This is a font that I'm working on with Peter Balak that will, in real time, capture temperature, wind direction, and wind speed for a project that has just begun. And then a project that I did, again, another pandemic project, just to close with, a really special one for a group, a kind of collaborative group called Future Utopia. This was an album called 12 Questions. The illustrator that I worked with is Ori Tour, amazing. What was great was Ori had never done animation, so we were able to work with a group called 1983 Animation Studio in LA. There are 12 questions on the album and 12 stories embedded within the cover. And that's taken to logical extension with 12 different little promotional campaigns.
I'm curious, because to show mercy once in a blue moon only makes the unforgiving more furious. As if kindness and grace were ethereal, rare gifts in the realm of the luxurious. As if there was something hard and remote at the core of the human nucleus, despite compassion and tenderness making the darkest of souls almost perfectly luminous. I've sensed some creature not far from the surface, cold-blooded, imperious, with a heart like a cannonball lost in an ocean trench, stony, impervious, or lodestone lodged in the brain and locked on a bad star that brings out the worst in us. Look at me, God's gift to graffiti, spell checking, injurious. Look at you, joyriding the soft top hearse all the way to the terminus. Here we go, planting our poppies, then torching the forest, carelessly, serious. Meanwhile, we're crowding the brink of the lip, of the cusp, of the ring, of the next Vesuvius, trying to flag down a passing planet or mothership, failing to lip read the universe.
So I just wanted to clarify that that was the end of one of the videos with a poem read by the poet Simon Armitage. And I just love the way that the type performs to his voice in this project. So thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Abbott. Round of applause for Abbott again. Thank you. Next, we have Mindy Sue. When we learn about internet history, we hear about the grandfathers who built the architecture and protocol. Mindy Sue is revising that history. She holds degrees from Harvard's Graduate School of Design and UCLA, and has been a fellow at the Internet Archive and a designer for 2x4 and MoMA's in-house design studio. She founded the Digital Cyberfeminism Index, documenting three decades of online activism and radical net art. The project will be published in print in 2022. Please welcome Mindy Sue.
Girls need modems. Rosie Cross. A gender changer figures out how her computer works, and she is not afraid of taking it apart. Gender Changers Academy. This glitch is a correction to the machine. Legacy Russell. So these excerpts that you're hearing and the slides behind you are a preview of the Cyberfeminism Index in print, which is coming out in October with Inventory Press. We've been working on this project for several years, so it's really exciting to see it finally come together. So today I'm going to give you a visual introduction to 3 decades of cyberfeminism history, and you'll be able to get a sense of its mutation and its rhizomatic quality. So what is cyberfeminism? You'll notice that many of the images in this presentation are very low res. I think this sticker is about 12 kilobytes. It was pulled from a 1997 website by the Old Boys Network. This question is a little tricky because everyone has a very different answer, intentionally, so I'll give you mine now. Perhaps the best way of understanding this term is to break apart the word itself. So this prefix cyber was pulled from cybernetics by Norbert Wiener in the 1940s. Later, cyber was fixed to space to become cyberspace, and in William Gibson's Neuromancer. This 1980 science fiction novel was really important for many reasons. It kind of predicted a lot of the sensory networked computing rhetoric that we're hearing in modern discussions about the metaverse. However, it was also very characterized by fembots and cyberbabes and depictions of the male gaze. So when cyber was finally fixed to feminism, cyberfeminism, in 1991 by Sadie Plant and VNS Matrix, it was really considered a provocation or an oxymoron. How can women and these marginalized communities re-examine and reshape and predict what this cyberspace or techno-utopia or dystopia might look like? So you'll also notice that I'm using a website. This is live. You're able to reference this now and later on if you go to mindysue.com/girls, GRR. What I like about the browser is it's essentially a page viewer. It's also live, and we can kind of look under the hood. So here is the source code. I'm using HTML comments as my lecture notes, so if I don't say a citation or a date or a name, you can find it here. And I also just want to give a shout out to Emma Ray Brummel, who I first saw do this HTML comments as lecture format. And you can visit their lecture here, this GitHub link. I also wanted to give a quick note, a not safe for work warning. This is all situated in an artistic context, but I did want to let you know that this lecture will include some profane language, some depictions of nudity, though always in an artistic setting, and also a trigger warning that some of the pieces also talk about sexual assault, and because of the context, misogyny, racism, and sexism. So if you're watching from home and you're at work, maybe turn off the video, but also give a way to beat in case anyone wants to reshuffle here. All right, so I've organized this into 12 very loose themes, and the first is code. So in 1994, Australian artist and poet Mez Breeze began to develop an online language she called Mezingel that combined programming language and informal English. This reads, crash, I write to, I run through, and blood. I run the urge, I write to, speak. And in 1995, Orphan Drift created the work Cyberpositive. Here, the programming language is printed and presented alongside English to create poetry. And an excerpt reads, change for the machines, that's all we've ever done. Language breaks down over the abysmal waters flash, waiting, epileptic in all dimensions, time stops. And in this 2018 Manifiesto por Algoritmias Hack Feministas, or Manifesto for Hack Feminist Algorithms, Liliana Zaragoza-Cano, Natasha Felizi, and Anna Cristina Joaquim inherit the structure of scripting to write script, while I equals algoritmo, misogyno, colonial, racista y sexista, if I equals algoritmia hack feminista heart, then break. And in 2019, Alejandro Baños created In Digital. If you can bead, you already know how to code. Else if you can play the drum, you can code. Else if you let your imagination drive you, you can code. Else you can code in digital. So in the burgeoning landscape of Web 1.0, many artists were publishing and coding their own works, embracing the limited affordances of HTML and CSS to really self-style their works in the browser. So an emerging form then was hypertext fiction, where by clicking various links in the text, you could choose your own adventure and create multiple avenues for reading narratives. Here we see the NetArt piece Fight by Melinda Rackham from 1995. The transcription reads, she who lurks beneath, the libertine, the whore, the hysteric, the ugly, the monstrous, she is there, feeding, nurturing, supporting, encouraging the beautiful one, the successful one, the surface dweller. And in 1997, Cornelia Solfrank created Female Extension. In an excerpt from Rhizome, during the Hamburger Kunsthalle, when they announced Extension, a competition for NetArt, Cornelia Solfrank created 300 fake female submissions as data trash. And as it turns out, the top 3 awards were still given to men. And here we have Women's Net, which was created in 1998 by Henriette Esther Hussein, Colleen Lomorna, and the goal of Women's Net was to empower South African women to use cyberspace as a tool for mobilization towards advancing women's equality. And because many of these websites are no longer available online, they were scraped through the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine or Rhizome's Conifer. So sometimes you have a lot of broken elements, like some of these missing images here. But still, because the format used a very simple HTML and CSS structure, we're still able to really get a sense of the typographical and compositional intent. And similarly, in a very simple HTML half-column design is the World Indigenous Register by Cheryl Hill-Rondell, made in 2002. So another visual theme is the inherited interface, in which artists use the interfaces of pre-existing platforms, but they supplement this with humorous or radical narratives in order to subvert the intended use of the tool. So for example, in 2001, Mendy and Keith Obadike created Blackness for Sale, selling Keith's blackness like a product on eBay, citing this limited time offer with biting benefits such as this blackness may be used for accessing some affirmative action benefits, and warnings such as the seller does not recommend that this blackness be used during legal proceedings of any sort. Angela Washko created the Council on Gender Sensitivity and Behavioral Awareness in World of Warcraft in 2012, using the interface to reveal the sexism in the game's culture, which you can get if you read these comments by gamers. And using GitHub's interface, Channel 2 created open source abortion in 2014, which seems like a very relevant topic for these times. Open source abortion is an experiment contrasting the rhetoric of open source culture with the current socio-political climate in the United States. And here, Channel 2 is sharing a woman of one's own, taking charge of your reproduction without doctors. Wikimeharis was a group in 2016 of Wikipedia users that were concerned about the diversity and neutrality, or lack thereof, of Wikipedia, and really trying to reduce this gender and culture gap. And here we see a video by Legacy Russell from 2020. It's called Black Meme for the website External Pages. She types the question, what is a black meme, into Blackle, which was a website launched by Google in 2007 to save energy with this black background. Pop-ups also offer a layer and dimensionality to an otherwise flat browser experience, as well as encouraging an overwhelming interactivity that's typically reserved for advertisements. So here you see a page from Brandon by Shuli Chang from 1997. This was the first large commissioned net art piece by any large cultural institution. This one was by the Guggenheim Museum. And because it was the first of the net art medium, it's really considered a watershed moment for this movement. This uses the nonlinear and participatory nature of the internet to illuminate the tragic story of Brandon Tina, a young transgender man who was raped and murdered in Nebraska when it was discovered that he was anatomically female. Here are two pop-ups by Bindi Girl, created in 1999. As pornography was really proliferating online in the late 90s, it was also reinforcing a lot of racial and gender stereotypes. And Prema was using this format to kind of comment on this for South Asian women. She writes, Bindi is my avatar. Not only is she her alias in the virtual world, but a play on the word, which in India means an incarnation of a Hindu deity, the embodiment of the goddess Hor archetype. Bindi is neither here nor there, but exists in screenal space. And here we have two stills from Blessed Bandwidth by Shilpa Gupta from 2003. Here she invites visitors to log on, choose a religion, and get blessed. And after selecting from a range of faiths, visitors can view photographs and videos of the artist visiting that relevant place, with the cable being blessed by the respective religious authority. So collage also offered a new way to add dimension and create new adaptations of older works. Here, from 1995, we have Cyberflesh Girl Monster, which was created by Linda Dement, who prompted 30 women to donate scanned body parts and digital recorded sound, and from these, conglomerate bodies were made. We will find you where you sleep. Do you damage? And this is the Bitch Mutant Manifesto, released in 1996 by VNS Matrix in the Mosaic browser. The 3D models that you see on top are actually a modern collage by Lucas Engelhardt. A transcription of the manifesto reads, "Your fingers probe my neural network. The tingling sensation in the tips of your fingers are my synapses responding to your touch. It's not chemistry, it's electric. In cypherspace, there are no bounds. But in spiral space, there is no they, there is only us. Suck my code. And this is a 2014 video art piece called Afro Cyber Resistance by Tabitha Rosaire. And in the video, she says, we need to quickly snap out of the Web 2.0 fantasy of the internet as a promised land. The glitch. So the glitch is, of course, seen as a digital trope, but beyond the aesthetic, it's also seen as a metaphorical provocation, showing the breaking points of machines. Use the glitch as an exoskeleton of progress, writes Rosa Minkman. The glitch is a wonderful experience of an interruption that shifts an object away from its ordinary form and discourse, as written in her 2010 Glitch Studies Manifesto. And in this 2016 video, we learn of Mistress Harley and data domination, which is a subset of BDSM, where the sub offers remote access to his or her mistress in order to have a sexual play and power play that doesn't actually involve any physical touching, but only control and consent. And here we see an adaptation in crop of VNS Matrix's A Cyberfeminist Manifesto for the 21st Century, a pioneering cyberfeminist text from 1991, which really brings me to translation. So this is the original work that was cropped in the image above. It reads, "We are the modern cunt, positive anti-reason, unbounded, unleashed, unforgiving. We see art with our cunt, we make art with our cunt, we believe in Shrisan's madness, holiness, and poetry. We are the virus of the New World disorder, rupturing the symbolic from within saboteurs of Big Daddy mainframe." This was then translated into Spanish and many other languages. They also used a sort of guerrilla marketing, so here it's printed on postcards and placed in public toilets. And they also created large billboards that they plastered all over Adelaide, Australia. And here it is, wheat pasted over a lingerie advertisement. At the first Cyberfeminist International in 1997, participants created the 100 antitheses facilitated by the Old Boys Network, and rather than defining the confines of cyberfeminism, they created a list of 100 theses that it was not. And here is a translation of that 100 antitheses as a poster, but instead we have pluses and minuses that are radiating out of the center. In 1997, Gita Hashemi created Steps to the Moon. And not only did this intertwine English and Farsi, it raised important questions about the politics of cyber technologies and the barriers of language. It's still very much English-centric, as well as access and surveillance. Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy by Cloud Kinky in 2013 tells the story of gynecological experiments on unconsenting and enslaved women. Kinky writes, "Sick of the body colonialism. I don't want to call the glands that makes me ejaculate rivers of pleasure with the guy's name that says that he discovered some part of my body. Anarcha was a black slave that suffered in her own flesh the experimentation of the sadist idol of Skeen, Sims. She and only she can name my flesh." And physicality. So many of the early works also used a sort of skeuomorphism to bring physicality and tactility into the browser. And in later works, as computing was becoming more ubiquitous, cyberfeminism was moving outside of the browser at large. So here is Flame from Sisters Online from 1994, which was in Dakar. And you can see this texture background of a fabric in the background, which also has parallels with the Jacquard loom and computing. And here we have Yohe Kurim, which was a Korean feminist collective from 1997. Their logo is this etching. Here's a close-up. And Yohe translates to female, but in their case, they're relating it to anything feminine, which they describe as the sea, the sun, and liberation. Skin on Skin on Skin by Araya Harvey and Michael Salmon is a series of digital love letters sent in 1999. They began this romance by exchanging interactive web pages in Flash, audio, text, and images. And Guinepunk was first started in 2014 by Clow Kinky, pushing forward DIY, or do-it-yourself, to DIWO, or DIWO, do it with others. Among other projects, they created an open-source 3D printable speculum and instructions for people without health insurance, like immigrants and sex workers, to do their own gynecological exams on their own. So many contemporary cyberfeminist artists also implement extrusion and a 3D plane to give the impression of depth on the screen. So this is an additional still and logo from Tabata Rezer's Afro Cyber Resistance from 2014, alongside the collage seen earlier. And here's the logo. And here, the artist Nahi Kim explores gender conventions and technologies of care. So in this 2019 project, Daddy Residency, she creates an open call for daddies to artificially inseminate and raise a child together, to initiate conversations about redesigning the family structure. So using the visual metaphor of the web, as in website, and nets, as in networks, collectives scattered text across the screen, typically as navigational elements. So here, one of the first Latin American hack feminista groups was Mujeres in Red by Montserrat Boy in 1997. Here we see a large @ sign turned into a spider web, catching the nav items in its threads. And this 1998 work, Carrier by Melinda Rackham and Damien Everett, commented on the virality of the hepatitis C virus, which also seems quite apt these days. In Velocity, or Velocity, a work made in 2000 by Tina Escaja, she calls herself an architect of a network of links and bits that contradict the presumed fluidity, alinearity, uncontrolled hypertextual poetic act, and that meeting between the verb and the nodes, between the language and the operating systems. And finally, I'd like to end with visual puns. So these use recognizable images to reveal their embedded constructs and how we might begin to interrogate them. So this is that logo from Cornelia Solfring's project, Female Extension. And this is the symbol from the previously discussed Gender Changers Academy. So this piece of hardware is actually called a mini gender changer. And this, of course, is an outlet. So these words are kind of embedded in the hardware and software that we use. An outlet is considered female, while the cord is considered male. And something like a mini gender changer could change the input and output. And this goes further still. I believe last year, Adobe changed the master page to a parent page. And even in the programming language Python, they removed master from its syntax. So as we begin to evaluate the misogynistic and colonial undertones of a lot of the things that we use, I think we can really begin to interrogate what we're using and what we're going to continue saying in the attempt to change them. And I always like ending with this image of the women's web ring from 1996. Again, very low res, which I quite embrace, but this was a sticker that you could add to your website. And by clicking it, you'd be transported to any other different randomized page of someone else in that network. I think to me what this represents is the very polyvocal and multi-authored approach to everything that we do. It's not really about the hero, it's about the communal and the collective. So with that, I'd like to thank you so much. The book is available for pre-order, to give a quick plug, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. One more round of applause, please. I'm told to give you a break, but we had previously said 30 minutes, but we can only give you 15 because we're running behind. So please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. And now for a spotlight presentation by Trey Seals of Vocal Type. Thank you, Trey. Our next presentation is from Rosie Garshina. She is a multidisciplinary creative director with a 15-year tenure working in brand experience. Prior to her work at Trollbeck & Company, she was creative director at Interbrand New York and sibling Rivalry. She recently helped rebrand the entire Black Entertainment Network, BET. She has helped brands such as Amazon, Apple, Spotify, and Paramount develop smart and visually compelling solutions that create clarity and distinction. Today, she will talk about kinetic type systems can define brand identities. Welcome, Rosie.
Hi. Just wanted to say thank you so much to Sasha and Barbara and everybody at Typographics for having me. It's a real honor to be here, so thank you. My name is Rosie Garshina. I am a creative director at Trollbeck & Company. I am also a designer by trade. I came up through the ranks in print, designing books and getting my hands dirty in bookmaking. But then I kind of transitioned into being an animator midway through my career and have worked at some of these studios, agencies, and consultancies. I've been lucky enough to work at all of the categories of places to work, so studio, agency, consultancy, and I think, recently I've really pivoted to focusing a lot on kinetic branding, kinetic motion identities, and media and entertainment, and then also just threading motion throughout brand identities and other categories outside of media and entertainment. And so I just wanted to talk a little bit about that work today and what that means for me and what I think that means for branding in general and the power of motion that it can have to really create emotive resonance and differentiation. And so what does that mean? So just kind of looking at some of my most recent work, I think, I've used motion as a way to really build a brand's expression, build a brand's personality. And so we talk about personality a lot when it comes to the style of a typeface or, a color palette or a hero graphic, but how can motion really define a brand's personality in a truly emotive way and drive emotion? And then also as a point of difference, how are we differentiating the brand through motion and where it lives everywhere? And so just some kind of quick examples of that are, streaming services. I do a lot of streaming services, a lot of entertainment brands. And this is, motion is inherent in all of those. Motion lives on your TV screen. Motion lives in Apple TV Plus. It lives in Prime. In this case, we use motion as a way to extend the AMC box. We said you're out of the box thinkers, you're risk takers, you're bold. And so let's create a highlighting device that speaks to your level of curation when it comes to content and that bold avant-garde thinking. And so that was a very obvious way to use motion as a way to speak to the brand's offering. What I've done recently is really try to infuse motion into brands that aren't, historically media and entertainment companies, and think about how to use motion as a way to create a visceral connection as it integrates with typography, as, in Sesame Street, for example, really bringing the joy and the playfulness of that brand's personality through the behavior of the typography. And then also thinking about just sort of how to create a signature behavior. This is something that I did for Teen Nick recently, which is really about articulating, the audience, this niche audience of kids who are coming out of being tiny 6, 7, 8-year-olds and moving their way into adulthood and feeling this sense of transition and flux and change and development and experimentation, discovering who they are. How do we articulate that place for the audience in a way of just saying the brand is always in flux, the brand is always moving, the brand is always alive and in a state of transition, and using motion to convey that. So I'm just going to take you through a couple different ways that I use motion to apply to type systems, to apply to strategy, to apply to different emotional triggers that brands are looking to create. And so I've sort of organized them in terms of 3 case studies that speak to 3 different ways that you can use this tool. And so thinking about distinction, Teen Nick was all about creating a distinct, ownable personality for that brand that speaks to that audience that can scale. Sesame Street was all about, speaking about the emotion that the brand wants to have, the connection that the brand wants to have to kids, to educators, to philanthropic organizations. For some reason that just went out. Okay, it's back. And then thinking about a sense of place and grounding, and typography does that too, thinking about a time that we're trying to replicate and recreate. And so just starting with Teen Nick, this is really about trying to modernize a teen audience. As you can see, typography and motion were inherent in the brand when we came into it. But there wasn't really any sense of scale. There wasn't any sense of a core behavior that was clearly identifiable that we could then scale into individual personality traits. And so what we did is we took a step back, we looked at the audience. This is you'll see Zac Efron here, you'll see Drake, you'll see a couple other familiar faces. But what was so amazing about this was that children's branding I find to be so interesting because, 2 years in children's branding is like 20 years in adulthood. It's like you move the needle ever so slightly and it's just so different. And so we were trying to capture this state of experimentation and discovery that the kids were in because they were 8 years old, they're no longer kids, but they're not yet adults, and they're craving the sense of independence, but they don't have it yet. And so they're in this really weird, awkward, tense state of their lives. And so they're in between. And so what we did is we took a look at this kind of in-between state of flipping and turning and finding this unique moment and discovering who they are, and really imbuing that in the type system and saying, okay, so this state of transition that you're in is now going to be the hero defining characteristic of the brand, the state of flux, a state of permanent transition. And so we looked at typefaces that have, almost like you've hit pause on a moving image. We looked at different ways of using kinetic typography to play the sense of, being in a state of flux or being in a state of perpetual motion. And then we started to imbue that in the brand. We started to create a motion behavior that was communicating the state of transition that the kids were in. We applied that to a display typeface, and we said, okay, now the display typeface is going to drive the architecture of the brand. Not only is it going to be a display typeface that moves, but it's going to drive the architecture of the screen. It's going to create mini modules that you can put content into, you can put messaging into. It's going to create a responsive grid system with the type driving the entire thing. And so we're really inspired by this core behavior as a way to kind of inform the brand expression. Let's layer, some photography on top of it. Let's make it feel more textural. And so we really started to play with this core behavior, this responsive grid system that was all driven by this type, that was all driven by this kind of state of mind of the audience. And then we took it a step further and we shot some things. We put the content in. Keeps dropping out for some reason. Okay, I'm back. And then we took this core behavior and we kind of scaled it. And so if you look here, we're not stretching, we're folding onto itself. We're folding again. We're kind of extending this language into a couple of different tonal ranges. Using variable typefaces, getting thicker and thinner, stretchy, droopy, kind of wet and melting. And so really just extending this language, using different typefaces, but all kind of underneath this umbrella of being in a state of flux. Using dimension to blow things up, repetition, moving through typefaces. And then coming back to our core behavior of this type that's really driving the grid and driving the architecture. And so this is just sort of an overview of how we've, taken sort of the core audience, the place that audience is in, and try and articulate that through a core motion behavior that's differentiating that brand, and then scaling that. And so this is a really exciting project for me, and I think it's kind of woven itself into some of my more recent work and really inspired, how motion can play such a critical role. Obviously, it's one of many ingredients in the recipe, but it can really unlock a lot of things. So then looking at emotion, and this is something I did recently for Sesame Street, which is trying to unite two brands. So looking at Sesame Workshop, which is the umbrella nonprofit brand that lives above everything, and then Sesame Street, which is more of the media and entertainment side. And so these both brands in one place. There was no unification, there was no system, there was no visual identity, somewhat, but they wanted to build on it. But they really wanted to use motion as a way to articulate that brand's purpose, because they're all about such an amazing organization, really creating real impact. And that's what Sesame Workshop is about. It's, really getting in there, going to Ukraine, working with refugees, working with families, working with kids who, really have social and emotional needs, and creating that emotional connection, and through that emotional connection, impact, real, actual sustainable impact. And so their philanthropic work, bear with me, okay, their philanthropic work, they said, okay, we have no emotion in our brands right now, but we have these emotive principles. How can you build on these emotive principles as a way to use motion to articulate that emotion that you get from the brand, and then by way of that, articulate the impact that the brand has? And so we looked at Sesame Street and Workshop side by side. And so Sesame Street is really, really joyful and playful. It's the Muppets. You feel the texture of the fur. You want to have fun. You want to enjoy that connection that you're having with those Muppets. And then Workshop is, they're visionary. They're paving the way for education. They're very experimental in their practices, and they're leading the way. And they wanted to communicate. Those are the two emotions that they wanted to communicate with. And so the feeling of it, you had to feel immersed in it. You had to feel pulled into it by the camera. And you had to feel a tactile sensibility. We wanted the patterning and the fur to really have an emotive quality to it. And also the emotion of having that impact in terms of being in the moment, being in a space that you feel really, really immersed in. And so what we did is we started with the iconic street sign, and we built little mini micro worlds around that. So really, really detailed and close spaces that feel really tactile and visceral, like you're inside of these little mini micro worlds. We use grass, we use fur, we use more fur, we use more fur, more fur. And what is so amazing about this is that you just have the sign, you have the fur, you have the color, it's Oscar, it's Sesame Street. So we had so much to work with and so much to build on in that way. And so we created, a whole kind of suite of these little micro spaces that you were supposed to really feel part of and inside of. And so we built on that, and we created a motion behavior that brought that all to life. So using patterning, using Z-Space to create this sort of immersive portal into and out of actual Sesame Street. And then the typeface and the playfulness of the typeface is supposed to communicate that joy that you feel, that playful joy that you feel when you get that connection with the brand. And so we did that across several different assets. And then laddering up to the fur and the logo. I'm going to play that again. So the playfulness of the behavior of the type is in there, and then the immersive quality of being pushed in and out of these windows is in there as well. So just kind of recapping Sesame Street. From there, we went to Workshop. And Workshop is, really where the impact is, where the real work is, where, they're really partnering with, philanthropic organizations, nonprofits, all over the world. They're in 150 countries. And so we like to say that Sesame Workshop is the longest street in the world. And it's not just, one street, it's my street, it's your street, it's a block in every part of the world, and we're connecting that through a global network of streets that all come together. And so what we did is we took the initial logo that we had designed 5 years ago, and we extended it into a grid, into a network of communities and partnerships. And, it's really about from our street to your street, building new streets, new intersections, new collaborations, new communities. And then coming back to that emotive principle, they want to be bold and visionary and experimental. And so let's expand that grid. Let's create intersections for that grid. Let's have overlap. Let's have collaboration. Let's have more color to speak to the visceral, to speak to the experimental quality of the brand and how it's pushing forward. And let's do this across the world in 150 countries, all coming out of the logo. And so what we did is we created two core behaviors. One is the type has this sort of kind of wash of color moving through it, which is meant to communicate this idea of experimentation, risk-taking, leading the way. And then the street signs are coming from opposite ends, and they intersect and are meant to articulate collaboration. And then we did this in many different ways. Now you're creating new blocks and moving through it. And then again, across the world, the global reach, 150 countries, all through the equity of the sign. So this is kind of wrapping up Sesame Street. Again, really wanting to communicate the emotive principle of being visionary, being a collaborator, being on the forefront of education, being bold, and using motion as a way to really, really bring that to life. And then wrapping up, coming back to Sesame Street and Sesame Workshop together, I think what was really useful is this very, very rich family of fonts that we're able to scale across both brands that allows it to feel different but also connected, and then using motion as a way to differentiate them. And then the final case study I wanted to talk about is just sort of capturing a sense of place and context and using a recent project I did for the History Channel. And this is really about, again, in the same way that Sesame Street was about building excitement and a connection, an emotional connection between the viewer and the brand, or the customer and the brand, or however you want to define that other end. It's about taking history, education, and moving from a place of it feeling a little bit academic and dry and stodgy, and for lack of a better word, stale, and to a place of feeling really empowered and exciting and joyful. They wanted to say to their audience, it's fun to learn. It's fun to learn about things that you don't know. It's fun. There's a sense of satisfaction and joy that comes from peeling back the layers. And so this idea of peeling back the layers, digging deeper, seeing through to history, and then also seeing through history to the future and grounding the brand in that sense of place. And so what we did is we took the logo and we updated it so that there was a kind of an old serif that was referencing the legacy and the history of the brand, the heritage of the brand, but then that you had the future seen through that lens. And so we called it the H within the H, and the legacy would serve as a window into the future through the past. And so we create a motion behavior that's all coming out of the thin H. So the H opens, expands, the camera moves through, you're digging deeper, you're learning more, you're peeling back the layers of history, you're uncovering things that you didn't know, and this motion behavior seen through the type and through the H is kind of the core, is grounding you in that. And then just, again, the beauty of simplicity, and the beauty of how that simplicity can really unify a brand. And then here's, again, the H within the H, the core motion behavior, moving through the past into the future, grounding you in a sense of place. And then we also played with kind of things coming from opposite ends, sense of there being a timeline, so to speak, that, they were very opposed to, we don't want to see the timeline, but we want to reference it. We want to get a sense of, the past and the present coming together, and using that logo as an inspiration to do that. And then, so again, the welcome to the world worth knowing was the invitation to discover and learn. And so this is sort of an overview of a brand, really about, uncovering the layers of the past, uncovering the future through the lens of the past, through that kind of heritage in the logo, and then really having a sense of joy and fun in discovery. And so I hope that I've kind of inspired, and obviously motion has become inherent in so many brands, but I think I really am so excited about seeing, even just in the sponsor videos, and seeing how motion is becoming such an integral part in typography and type systems. And I think it's just such an exciting tool. It's one ingredient in a very complicated recipe, but I think the potential to really unlock a brand is just so powerful, and is something I'm just really, really excited about. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosie. One more time, please. Our next presentation is by Colette Gator, a professor in the departments of Africana Studies and Art and Design at the University of Delaware. Colette is unable to be here in person today, but she has recorded her lecture for us. My voice is cracking already. Excuse me. Since 2005, she has written about the work of former Black Panther artist Emory Douglas. She contributed to the groundbreaking online course BIPOC Design History and the 2002 book The Black Experience in Design, and the Norman Rockwell Museum's new book and exhibition imprinted Illustrating Race. Today she will explore the typographic language of Black liberation from abolition to Black Lives Matter. Welcome, Colette.
Liberated pages from segregated spaces. What I'm talking about today is basically the space between the 1927 Freedom's Journal and the 1970 Black News or Black typography in the 20th century. Connecting specific characteristics of Black liberation's typographic language for a century and a half illuminates aesthetic, technical, and ideological threads that persist from abolition to Black Lives Matter. Typographic aesthetics in Black publications and activist ephemera were always designed for liberation. Black and white newspapers separately and concurrently published political news and covered societal and cultural news of interest to their divergent readers. Numerous Black newspapers focused on securing African Americans' rights, opportunities, and psychological liberation. Continuing far into the 20th century, segregation required parallel publishing universes that made Black publication and its typography and design virtually invisible to white mainstream awareness and subsequently to print history. Probably most people don't know that the first African American owned and operated newspaper in the US was Freedom's Journal, started in 1927 by free-born African Americans John Russwurm and Samuel Cornish in New York City. This weekly came long before the emancipation of enslaved people and covered general news and aspects of Black life not seen in white publications. Like abolitionist newspapers, it ran editorials against slavery and discrimination and provided an alternative to the rampant racism that was implicit and explicit in white publications. It also covered aspects of Black life that were rarely covered elsewhere. You can see from its layout that it was the Gray Lady before the New York Times, which started in 1851 and also did not at first call out anything with bold headlines. A Black newspaper had to work extra hard to establish its journalistic credentials, editorially and visually. The Colored American was another Black newspaper, subtitled A National Negro Newspaper. The masthead included the U.S. Capitol, a globe, books, and other signifiers of patriotism and knowledge. After emancipation, Black newspapers proliferated all over the country, but mostly in northern cities. Even though they covered local events in their cities of origin, they were essentially national newspapers and were delivered by mail to Black households across the U.S. On the face of it, this Colored American looked like other newspapers. Its content was vastly different. Generally, it reported on things left out of white mainstream newspapers that had consequences for Black people. So you can see here two men of the hour, prominent Black men a leading attorney of Boston, Massachusetts, and another prominent person advocating for civil rights. Here's another front page of the Colored American, and it looks like, there's a feature story about a family, except when you look closer, it says, interesting family of Postmaster Frazier Baker foully murdered at Lake City, South Carolina, February 22nd, 1894, I believe, 1898. Yes, that's what it says. So, very often these stories were grim. In 1981, the first edition of this story chronicling the African American press was published. A history of Afro-American newspapers beginning in 1827 and continuing through to the book's publication, with over 70 biographical sketches of editors and journalists, including a separate chapter dedicated to female African American journalists, and essays on the state of the black press and its relationship to the Anglo-Saxon newspapers. This 1925 issue of the California Eagle signals conformity in its eagle masthead while exposing a Ku Klux Klan attempt to arrest one of the paper's editors. The black newspapers covered the news that white mainstream papers did not. The first column headline reads, quote, "Judge finds Texas cracker," recounting a story of a black man who received justice after an altercation with a white man. That was pretty rare. There were two main themes of the black press: fighting racism and finding opportunities. This issue of the California Eagle from 1925 has an article by Mary McLeod Bethune, who founded the National Council of Negro Women in 1935. Stories carried in the black or Negro or colored press rarely reached white audiences, which is a major reason why American history is so skewed and protests about teaching correct and inclusive history are rampant. Note the articles about black fraternity events and social life next to articles about the Klan and racial assaults. Covering social life was an important part of black newspapers in a segregated society. The tagline on top reads, quote, "If you fail to read the California Eagle, you may never know it happened." Traditional images with eagles show patriotism and a certain kind of conservatism and desire for belonging and equal treatment. The widely disseminated double V symbol stood for victory at war over enemies, quote, "from without," and victory at home against the enemy of prejudice, quote, "from within." African American soldiers who fought in World War II were still subject to rampant discrimination and Jim Crow laws upon their return. J. Edgar Hoover, then head of the FBI, tried to shut down this campaign by charging the Chicago Defender's editor with an act of sedition, but the Attorney General intervened after appeals from prominent black journalists. Keep in mind how hard it has been to charge January 6th conspirators with seditious conspiracy, despite videotapes and a long trail of planning documents. J. Edgar Hoover, whose corrupt FBI would have far more success decades later in subverting the Black Panther Party, thought it was seditious to demand rights for returning black soldiers. Dr. Jesse Erickson, a former University of Delaware library special collections scholar and English professor who is now at the Morgan Library in New York, has written extensively about early black print culture and history. He points out that black publications, especially after the Harlem Renaissance in the early part of the 20th century, included aspects of communication that were part of African communication traditions, You can see in these 1918 issues of The Crisis, the magazine of the NAACP, founded by W.E.B. Du Bois in 1910, examples of integrating the text and the image by creating them with the same tools and in the same style. Later, The Crisis used more conventional typography, although it remained connected to the image aesthetics. The 1927 cover on the left is by Aaron Douglas. The one on the right is from February 1930 by Raymond E. Jackson. This 1928 book cover by Aaron Douglas puts the image and text into a symbiotic relationship to communicate the atmosphere he is trying to convey. It includes the musicality that Jesse Erickson pointed out, with moving text and actual musical notes. The point was to make the words seem audible and animated in print. Marshall McLuhan, in his Theory of Media and Medium, lamented the loss of oral, listening and speaking traditions passed down from person to person without being written down. He oversimplified so-called, quote, tribal man in a patronizing way, but he was actually on to something. He pointed out that information belonged to those who could print and read. Black publications started to bring back these traditions like call and response, shouting, repetition, and musicality through typography. It is obvious in this 1967 early issue of the Black Panther newspaper, set in typewriter type, that Emory Douglas was not interested in emulating the traditions of establishment newspapers. Like so many issues of the Black Panther paper, the cover shouted a loud demand. Here are 3 other papers: Free the New York 21, Political Prisoners of USA Fascism, Free Angela. Black newspapers thrived and proliferated in the U.S. before television news took over. Small press publications like the Black News from New York told more stories that were not covered in the mainstream press. This masthead takes a hard turn from the classic respectability of earlier Black newspapers, with a fluid masthead and illustrations that attempted to show the truth of conditions in Black communities. The artist here is Setu Dyson. The Black Panther newspaper, the news service of the Black Panther Party, which had a different readership than traditional big city Black newspapers from Detroit, New York, and Pittsburgh, aspired to a multiracial and international audience for global liberation. In 1967, the masthead went through many different iterations, moving toward a bolder and more condensed typographic representation with bold rules to match the bold type. Keep in mind that Emory Douglas and others used press-down letters, rules, and pattern background sheets to create their look. They used format brand, rub-down materials, because they said Letraset was too expensive. Emory Douglas used this familiar type of layout that was most often used to promote musical shows, to advertise a Panther event, which happened to have music by the Grateful Dead. This is a page from the Black Panther newspaper. And since it was a tabloid, it was expected that many of the pages would end up being put up as posters. Emory said they would have other acts perform early in the evening while the elders and children were there. Then later the Dead would play and the Deadheads would show up and smoke weed, etc. They wanted to protect the vulnerable members of the community. Emory's poster has the familiarity of vernacular posters for concerts put up in Black neighborhoods. The typography is kind of all over the place, requiring you to read it thoroughly to find out exactly who, what, when, where, etc. And I think that this is a part of a continuing oral tradition, that everything isn't laid out in a straightforward way in columns. You know, you have to kind of figure out what's going on. Here, a similar all-over design is used on the front page of the Black Panther paper, using small panther icons instead of stars. Perhaps Douglas was moving the paper away from the staid typographic conventions people expected from a newspaper. While the Black Panther paper used street style in its music posters, there was a parallel movement of Art Nouveau-inspired psychedelic art and type. Jesse Erickson, the scholar I mentioned earlier, contends that hip-hop and graffiti, etc., grew out of these early Black typography traditions that combined image and text and used a lot of hand lettering. This is the 1971 cover of the BP paper about Melvin Van Peebles' film Sweet Sweetback. This issue contained a long essay by Huey Newton explaining the film's significance, especially to rank and file Black Panther Party members. The film, made on a shoestring budget, included sex scenes, so they would not have to use Union crew in making the film. It was about a Black man fighting back and eluding police after being wrongfully accused of a crime. This frame is from the last scene where the protagonist escapes. Even though Emery did not design the original type for the film, he made the words shout with a simple rearrangement. Party members were encouraged to see the film, and the word of mouth made it a small hit. Here are two other iterations of the title, but as you can see, Emery used contrast, size, and color to make a statement. Most people don't know that the Black Panther paper usually printed color on the inside spread as well as on the front and the back. On the right, you see Sweetback on his long run through the field, superimposed over Huey Newton's essay that reiterated the story's significance to all Black people fighting for freedom. Here's another inside spread of a Black Panther newspaper with uncharacteristic white space and a superimposed illustration by Emery. This treatment echoes the Harlem Renaissance image-text combinations with the same effect, making the text come alive on the page. Another vertically oriented middle spread reused Emery's cover artwork from Bobby Seale's Chicago trial and included a photograph of the chair he was strapped to in the courtroom. So you can see the prison bars behind the type. Another example of cross-cultural cooperation that the Black Panthers had with other groups. An article on the MoMA website pointed out that the Black Panthers shared pages of several 1969 issues with Basta Ya, a newspaper published by Los Siete de la Raza, a group fighting for Latinx rights in San Francisco. The visual language of protest, figurative, a combination of photos and drawings with strong messages and bold block text, allowed for stylistic solidarity among the many different groups fighting for equality across the U.S. and the world. Douglas was a critical voice in developing that language in ways that spoke to his own Black community and continues to influence artists to the present day. Los Siete de la Raza, the seven of the Hispanic community, was the label given to 7 young Latinos from the Mission District of San Francisco who were involved in a 1969 altercation with police that left one officer dead. The incident and subsequent trial became a cause célèbre of the Latin American community and the New Left. All 7 were acquitted, similar to Bobby Seale's ordeal with the Chicago 7 and Huey Newton's fight for justice. All of these newspapers, and many more like them, did the work of informing and celebrating African Americans in the most hostile of social conditions. The Black Panther and later newspapers built off these models, intending to influence and mobilize for freedom and liberation. As we know from so many things happening in our country, including the January 6th investigation going on right now, there is still work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Peter.
Eric.
We are having a short conversation about Gerrit Noordzij. Is it possible to have a short conversation about Gerrit Noordzij?
No, I don't think so.
Something comes up, and then we have another story and another anecdote. When were you in his class?
Gerrit was my teacher in 1975 to 1980 when I studied at the academy here. And he has been teacher ever since, which is a good thing. And sometimes it's annoying, but that is Gerrit.
So that's a time when there were no computers. There was nothing digital.
There was nothing. And so he really encouraged to build my own, which I managed to have finished in my graduation show.
Your own computer.
My own computer with a 100 by 100 pixel graphics screen and a 35-minute download audio cassette for a basic program that showed a letter animation in, I think, 20 frames.
Why do you think he was interested in computers?
He was interested in computers because it forces the designer to think in rules and in algorithms and in methods. And that's very much matching is what he always tried to do with his teaching. Also him thinking that he knew better than everybody else in the world, which is a good thing if you
not
try
always
to do new things.
Not always true.
No, often not. But who cares?
But there was always something. Like he was thinking about perspective and lenses and the way cameras worked, and then he was drawing diagrams of this on the blackboard, and then he would take these ideas to
reinventing mathematics.
Yeah, to the photography teachers and saying, look, everything you know about perspective is wrong.
And taking it to a mathematical professor and then say, I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
I mean, that sort of opens you up for researchers saying, oh well, let's find out what this is. I mean, he was a very special teacher, wasn't he?
He was. Life would have probably have been very different without him. We'll miss him.
We'll miss him.
I think it's lunch now. Sash, go to lunch. Be back at 3, please. Thank you very much.
Hello, testing. 1, 2. One, two. Could I have about 30 seconds of speaking to check your microphone?
I hope I'm audible. I am audible. Yeah. Okay. I can hear myself. Hi everyone. This is Shivani testing her mic. Uh, I don't know what else to say. Is this too loud? Should I move
You
the
could
mic?
maybe go through what you're going to say.
Maybe
the
a couple of.
presentation.
Okay.
A good 30 seconds to a minute should do.
Okay, perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Shivani Parasnis and I'm a graphic designer and typographer from Mumbai, India. I'm currently based in Baltimore, Maryland, and I work as a full-time senior designer at Spotify in the brand and creative team out here in New York. So like every little kid in their wee little years, I started an extracurricular hobby of art and craft, but I was pretty bad at it during the whole time I pursued it. But weirdly enough, I was really good at drawing letter forms, and I started learning formal calligraphy. It's not working. This is going to be how it is.
Say again?
This is going to be the volume I'll be speaking at, but should I be louder? Slightly louder, maybe?
The louder the better, but
Okay.
whatever volume you're comfortable with.
Okay, perfect. I didn't want to be too loud, which is why I started like that, but I can be louder.
Okay, whatever's comfortable.
Okay,
But,
perfect.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about being too loud.
Okay, okay. Sounds good. Should I continue?
Could we try again?
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name is Shivani Parasnis and I'm a graphic designer and typographer from Mumbai, India. I'm currently based out of Baltimore, Maryland, and I work as a full-time senior designer at Spotify. Like every little kid in their wee little years, I started pursuing my extracurricular hobby of art and craft, but very quickly I realized that I was pretty bad at it, and I was super into drawing letter forms. So I started learning formal calligraphy at the age of 10, and here are some of my early artworks. So, for a fun fact, that was not when I started pursuing typography full time.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, amazing.
Could you give me some of that audio from your laptop?
What do you mean?
Any of the slides that
Oh,
have
yeah.
audio?
Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Thank you. Wonderful. Thanks.
Fantastic. I didn't catch that. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, perfect. Should I continue talking about the presentation? Okay, I will continue talking till we figure this out. um, let's do this. So I'm going to go back and start from the top. Hi everyone, my name is Shivani Parasnis and I'm a graphic designer and typographer from Mumbai, India. I'm currently based out of Baltimore, Maryland, and I work as a senior designer at Spotify. For those of you who don't know me, I actually did not start off as a designer. I was a biotechnologist and I pursued biotechnology for 5 years of my life. And that was when I realized that I actually have a very strong affection for design and typography, and I moved into the field of design in 2018. Um, I actually loved biology quite a bit, but I realized that I don't want to spend the remaining life. I don't want to spend my remaining life in a lab. So that was when I asked the question, Alexa, what is typography? So I moved to MICA in Baltimore to pursue my master's in graphic design, and my typographic journey began from there. Um, today I'm going to be talking about a bunch of. Okay, should I continue or are we good? Okay, yeah.
We did test audio from the presentation already. Do you want to hear it again? Okay.
Should we do it again?
Yeah, let's do it again.
Okay. Amazing. Yay.
Hello. Test. Hello. Can you check your mic for me, please?
Sound check 1, 2, 3. This is me speaking. Hello, speaking. This is me. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Typographics. Bon appetit,
Is this how loud
Anthony.
you're going to speak during the presentation? I would
Sorry?
just ask that whatever your volume you'll speak during the presentation is how you check. And for me, louder the better.
So, thank you, Alan. Thank you, the Typographics team. Hello to everyone. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to YouTube. Welcome. Bon appetit, Anthony. Muka Design number 1. Muka Design number 1. Muka Design number 2. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Typographics. 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 Check in 4D.
Again, the
THX.
louder you speak, the better for me. Having a little trouble getting you in the speaker. So if you could speak a little louder, if you're comfortable with it, I would
I
appreciate it.
can. So something like this maybe is better. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Typographics. Is this better? Thank you, Muka Design, for sponsoring this event. Is this better? Even louder? Should I yell?
Just keep going, please.
Oh, okay. Should I scream? What should I say? I need ideas of what should I scream. Like this? That loud? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. A, B, C, A, B, C, A, B, C. Quick brown fox, the quick brown fox. A what? Yes, that's me. Louder? Oh, okay. Okay, let me. This voice? Yes, I need to try to remember to talk in this voice. Okay. Project. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to my bar mitzvah. I'm very happy everyone is here for this momentous occasion, for this event, Typographics 2022, Cooper Union, Herb Lubalin, Muka Design, Quick Brown Fox. Do I need to keep talking? Oh. So, what? I'm going to Germany for 1 week for the Kassel Documenta. Yes, I hope it's going to be fun. I'm going to meet some friends. Just fun, no typography in that vacation, only art. The true typography, the true art, in 2 weeks. What about you? Do you have plans? No. Stay here? Oh, nice. Cool. Do I need to keep talking? Give me a sign. 1, 2, 3, ABC. Can I stop? Should I continue? Keep about my sex life. So I think talking about typography is more interesting. Even talking about typography is more interesting than that. Did you know that when you flush your toilet, germs are flying around 5 meters in each direction? Yes. What else I can talk about? So graphic design. You never fly? Oh. Okay. Okay. So friends are visiting. That makes sense. So thank you for having me. Thank you for having.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Petit Cafe, the logo
right, welcome back. Did everybody get some food? You got to pee? Walk the dog? Good. Okay. I'm so glad to be with you this afternoon. We're going to start with some amazing typo-centric content from our sponsors.
Hey Sadie, who's your favorite type designer? What do you mean,
It makes me feel so typey. Next up, we have a spotlight presentation by B. Oakley, founder of Genderfail.
Hi, everyone. My name is B. Oakley. I am founder and sole organizer of Genderfail. Genderfail is a project that I started in 2015, in which I self-publish and publish the work of other queer, trans, and non-binary individuals. Since 2018, I have been making typefaces based off of queer, trans, and BIPOC protest events from the Stonewall riots to today. I'll quickly just share a few of the typefaces that I've made, but I also want to share a brand new one that I just created and that will be shown at an exhibition I'm about to be in Women's Studio Center, Women's Studio Workshop in upstate New York. So here is just some of the typefaces. For example, I've made some based off of ACT UP protest events, one based off contemporary protests, which was the Black Trans Lives Matter protest font that was created from signage from the Brooklyn Liberation March at the Brooklyn Museum in June of 2020, which was the largest protest event by and centering Black trans folks in history. And for every typeface that I create, I make a type poster that kind of commemorates the event. For example, under each, as you can see, some of the typefaces are incomplete, and that has to do with just looking for the information on the type on the protest signs at the event. So I'm really just going through histories and documentation and kind of taking whatever information is there, and sometimes that's incomplete. And these typefaces aren't your traditional, like, perfectly designed typefaces. I actually have never taken a type design class. I don't know anything about type design. It took me a couple of years to even learn what the hell kerning was. So these are kind of, to some, might be insulting, which I love. And I think it's important to kind of fight that hegemony, or I don't think I'm saying that word right, whatever, of kind of the white cis male, perfectionist designer. I'm very much not that, and I have a large sense of freedom not being bound to the rules of type design, which allow me the freedom to really think about a type design practice as an artist practice. These typefaces to me are works of art rather than steeped in the tradition and histories of type design. With the short time I have, I want to focus on this one I just created called Seize Control of the FDA typeface, which was based off of one singular event in the ACT UP timeline, which was an event on September 18th, 1988 at the FDA headquarters in Maryland. This was kind of the first major event that ACT UP did. And from the protest signs of that event, I created this typeface, which actually, compared to some of my other ones, are more legible, which legibility is a little less important to me, but it is kind of nice when it happens to be legible, although, again, that's not the case. And as you can see in a few of these letters, there's handprints, which was, as you can see in some of the documentation here, which was a large part of that event, which was just a bloody handprint just to signify the massive amount of deaths in the LGBTQ community at the time from AIDS in 1988. There was no medication that we had today that could lessen or lengthen the lives of those affected by that horrible disease, and the lack of regard from the Reagan administration over the lives of HIV positive people. And for this exhibition at Women's Studio Center, I created 2 artist books. The first one I will share is a 622-page book that's yet to be printed, that will soon. What I did was I sourced documentation from the event. So it's, I think, 1,200 images in total from the event. And what's really special about this is it's typeset in the font from the images in the artist book. So, thinking about, like, where would this typeface ideally be used in, and I can't think of a more direct use than in this artist book. So there's an essay that I created kind of talking about the typeface in the event, but also the main aspect of this artist book is this FDA action handbook that was created by 5 members of ACT UP. That was this multi-page kind of action book explaining why this action was happening. So when we think of ACT UP, or when some think about the ACT UP movement, it's really easy to visualize these kind of heroic actions in public, which was a large part of this. But the great thing and really the most iconic thing about ACT UP was the amount of research that they did about the inner workings of the FDA and other governmental agencies because of the lack of interest from the government itself. So this FDA Action Handbook, I think, is something, or the amount of research that was done by ACT UP activists is something that I didn't really know at the beginning. So typesetting this book in this action handbook with the typeface made from the event, from Protest Science from the event itself, from the language and research of the event, is a really cool marriage of all of these different things kind of coming together as this project becomes an historical project, this kind of like experiment in design, experiment in type, and really special. And as I said, this book is really long, so the text itself for the action handbook isn't 622 pages, but in between you kind of get moments of rest where you can see documentation from the event. So again, I really don't know much about type design, but it's become a very central aspect of my practice with GenderFail, and something that I've become really passionate about. And it's also interesting to think of, kind of this work in context of other work that will be presented at this conference, because, I'm not a type designer, and it's not something that I would identify as my practice. It's just, it's kind of like using a pencil for a drawing. I'm using type design in the creation of work. Yeah, thank you so much to Ellen and Sasha for inviting me to make this short little video. And also you can go to my website, which is genderfailpress.com. And all of these typefaces are free to download. And are for queer, trans, and non-binary people in particular, but my main crux is, as long as it's being used for, something that would honor the work itself, I'm less picky about its use. And kind of that's the loveliness of open source typefaces. You can't ultimately have any control over how it's used. You can guide and predicate its use, but I kind of love the anonymous ways that this will be used and digested in the world, and love when I'm able to see that, see these reimagined by other artists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, B, for that beautiful video. Yotam Hatter is a designer and typographer. He has worked with Nike, Apple, Prada, Movement Research, Pentagram, Projects, 2x4, and Sagmeister and Walsh. I'm impressed. He has taught design and typography at Yale, Pratt, Parsons, and Rutgers. And he is going to explain to all of you why graphic design is easy and why you are working way too hard. Come on up and show us how it's done.
I'm happy to go right after the previous person, because he admitted he has no idea what he's doing, so there's a thread happening here. So thank you, Alan, and thank you to the Typographics team. And hello to everyone here, and hello everyone on the live stream who are watching this instead of working, shout out deadlines. And hello to all the people from the future who are watching this on YouTube and probably ended up here only because YouTube autoplay next video feature after watching someone else's talk, and this came up. I will stop addressing people from the future, even though I have so many questions, like do you have flying cars yet? And did you finally figure out a use for variable fonts? So as Alan said, my name is Yotam. I'm a graphic designer. The title of this talk is Graphic Design is Easy. And according to the website, this is an attempt to articulate a design process that rejects overthinking and embraces obvious, lazy, and reductive ideas. So I will do that today first by sharing a few references that I find interesting and relevant to this process. And then a selection of work from the past 10 years, some client work, some personal and collaborative work, some school work, and a worrying number of rejected projects that are all connected through this thread. There's an alternative title to this talk, which is, I guess I can just, and I've added this title after noticing I've been using these words when working and when talking about my work. And it became sort of a litmus test where I check if my design actions complete this sentence comfortably. The first reference I'm going to share is what I think is the greatest piece of graphic design ever made. And it is the Burger King free Wi-Fi logo. And I think it's a perfect marriage of form and meaning. And I do believe it's the greatest piece of design because I think it cannot be made better. I don't think no one can make a better version of this. Nothing can be added, nothing can be taken out. Another example of outstanding design is this license plate. It embodies a unique tension where it's both generic because it's a license plate that says license plate, but it's also incredibly specific because we know license plates are unique identifiers, so there's only one license plate that says license plate. The first time I gave this talk was in Slovenia, and my friend Nate introduced me to this Slovenian website. It's an early search engine in Slovenia. And of course, the logo they have is a chicken, because in case you did not know, Slovenia is in the shape of a chicken. So this would be the only logical solution to this design problem. In 1965, artist Bruce Conner was invited to make a trailer for the New York Film Festival. He produced this 10-second film made up of film countdowns and leaders. The trailer was rejected, but Conner was invited to design a poster for the festival instead. So he just took the 240 frames corresponding to his 10-second film and laid them out in sequence to create this poster. And if you look closely, it includes all the details needed for a functional event poster. For my last reference, I'd like to share this, my favorite film trailer by Godard. This is the entire movie sped up to fill the length of a trailer. And I find it to be an honest, objective, and complete representation of the movie, without the labor and forced hierarchy that editing would bring, still functioning as a movie trailer. This type of thinking led me to create this diagram that illustrates this way of working, of easily finding the answer within the question. The first project I'd like to share has a clear connection to the Godard trailer we just saw. It is for the annual book of student work published by the Yale School of Architecture, which I designed in collaboration with Gioni Kim. The theme of that year's book was index, and here, for example, the interior cover showing every image used in the book. But the part I want to talk about is the cover. So we needed to find an indexical way of designing the cover that honestly represents the theme and the content. This is an example of the interior content which we wanted to represent on the cover. So I was thinking of Godard's temporal compression of his content and thought what would be the equivalent in our case, what would be the spatial version of this compression. So we compressed 200 pages of the book to fit on the cover and the back cover. So from left to right, this is the entire length of the book squished to fit the 20-something inches of the cover. Second project is from the time I spent working at Nike here in New York, where I needed to create an identity for an event space on 45 Grand Street in Lower Manhattan. 45 Grand was also the name of the venue. So I thought if the location becomes the name, the location can also become the logotype. And then some potential uses for the logotype. The proposal was, of course, rejected, with one person saying it was too smart and another person saying it was too silly. And I'll take that about my work. Similar approach on this project. An identity for a pretty wild artist residency on board of a cargo ship sailing between destinations. And I was looking at the containers and how they stack and shift on the boat. And I guess I can make the whole identity stack and shift like the containers as it's sailing through the sea. Which could also apply to the layout of the website, where paragraphs stack and shift and images gallery stack and shift. Another project from that time, when I was working at Studio Projects, is this bilingual identity for a series of screening events at a museum in Hong Kong. I thought I could just use the structure and logic of each writing system and apply it to the other writing system differently in each iteration, so that English gets oriented from top to bottom in different ways, or gets broken down like the Chinese graphemes, or the Chinese breaks down to match the English syllables, and the languages interweave differently in each version. Another project that breaks up type is this identity for the 2015 MFA exhibition at the Yale School of Art, designed in collaboration with Sasha Portis. The gallery was not big enough to fit all the work of all the students, so the exhibition was split in half into 2 shows. So the invitation was perforated and designed in a way that in order to see it in full, you would have to take it apart and put the 2 halves back together, just like the exhibition. We were then asked to make an 8.5 by 11 flyer to hang around the campus. And we couldn't apply the same gesture to a static pinned up flyer. So the idea was to just put the invite front and back in a copier, and then create an 8.5 by 11 sheet that could be pinned up together to be seen in full, so the gesture remains. And we thought it was over, but then remembered we need to design signage for the gallery. And lucky for us, the gallery doors were exactly in the same proportion of the original invite. Another project from my time in school. So there was a final assignment in video class where we needed to make a video for a screening event that was held at the end of the semester. And I was kind of lost and didn't know what to do. I'm not really a video artist, but then I remembered I'm a designer, so I guess I can just make a poster announcing the screening. The requirement was to make a video, so it had to be a video poster. So I bought the cheapest roll of fabric I could find on eBay, and I printed some test sheets of a typeface I was working on at the time, and created this video piece / announcement poster for moving image methods, which was the class, and it has all the required details of and information for a poster. Around the time, I also made a poster for a screening of the docuseries All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace. And while I was working on this poster in InDesign on my MacBook with the fluorescent lights above me and the camera I used to take this picture, I realized that I'm watched over by the machines. And that could be the poster, with InDesign, with the MacBook, with the fluorescent lighting and the camera flash. Around that time was also, we had a workshop and a lecture by Korean designers Sulki and Min, which gave a great talk at Typographics last year. And I found this book in the library that had this word pair, Sulki and Min. So I guess I can just scribble the event details next to it, and that would be the poster for the event. And actually a series of posters. Shout out to Google Book Search for making this possible. The last grad school era project I want to share is my thesis book. And I was struggling to find an idea. And I happened to find an old comb binding machine in a dumpster behind school. And this is a completely true story. And I saw it as a sign. And I thought I needed to use it in my book. And I was thinking of ways of maximizing this machine and highlight this comb binding technique. And I decided to use whole numbers instead of page numbers, so that every hole from 1 to 1,862 was numbered, and projects throughout the book occupied a range of numbers. So the cover was a table of content, which each project lists the whole number where you can find it. Weirdly enough, another project about page numbers. So in this journal I've been designing together with my friend and colleague Sean Yendries, it's a dance and performance journal published by the New York nonprofit Movement Research. And in this issue, there was a special section insert. So the main section was horizontal, and the special section was vertical, keeping the exact same grid and measures. The content of the section was related, yet separate from the main issue. So one thing we were wondering about is page numbers. Should the section have its own page numbering system starting from 1, or should it be a continuous numbering from the main section? And should the numbers follow the orientation of the main section, or should they run vertically in this vertical section? And the answer is, why not both? A different publication project, I was invited to design a cover for Japanese design magazine Brain. The theme of the issue was obsession, and I got this template to work on top of. I was looking at it and thinking of the theme of obsession. So I thought, I guess I can just be obsessed with the masthead. The publisher hated the idea. It was rejected, and I never heard from them again. Also on the topic of templates, I was interested in designing a t-shirt, and I got this template from the printer. And I looked at it, and I thought, there's enough there. I don't need to add much. I guess I can just use the template as a t-shirt. Last year, I was approached by Farrah Jones Type to design promos for their latest release, Magnet by Inga Plannings. And with that name, I thought, I guess I can just make a magnet out of magnet and make a whole series out of it, highlighting different aspects of the Type family. Shout out to Adobe After Effects plugins and Jonathan Katav for making this move. The last project is another one for a type foundry. Hebrew Type Foundry Fontef, we're releasing a set of classical Hebrew typefaces, reviving a set of classical Hebrew typefaces, and wanted a mini site where people can see and test their font. But since different people are looking for different things in a font, and this was such a large set of almost 100 styles, together with designer and developer May Sadan, we decided to just build a design tool instead. So the site was a tool for people to design their own specimen, testing different sizes and styles they need, and then downloading and print to PDF. And these are some of the layouts that were made with this tool. Thank you.
I just always love to hear him talk. That's so good. Our next speaker is Shivani Parasnis, a typographer and graphic designer from Mumbai, India. She currently lives in beautiful Baltimore, Maryland, where she earned an MFA in graphic design at the Maryland Institute College of Art. Micah. Any Micah people in the room? Thank you. I know who you are. I know where you're sitting. She has worked for clients including the New York Times, Wired, Adobe, WeTransfer, and many others. And she is presently a senior designer at Spotify in New York. Her talk this afternoon is an autobiography in type. She will present a diary of thoughts and designs, some good, some bad, some old, some new, a beautiful story of a life in type. Welcome, Shivani.
All right. Hi, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good, good, yeah? Okay, if y'all are feeling sleepy, the colors on my presentation are going to wake you right up, so let's get this party started. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Shivani Parasnis, and I am a graphic designer and typographer Originally from Mumbai, India, and like Ellen mentioned, currently based out of Baltimore, Maryland. And I work as a full-time senior designer at Spotify in the brand and creative team. So like every little kid in their wee little years, I got into the extracurricular hobby of art and craft. And to everybody's surprise, I was really, really bad at drawing, painting, and all of that. Like my parents were a little upset. But surprisingly enough, I was a little decent at drawing letter forms. These are some of my early artworks that I was extremely proud of. Pretty rad for a 10-year-old, no, I think? No, I'm just kidding, it's really bad. But that was not when I got into typography. So a fun fact, I loved biology a lot, so I actually did my undergrad and I went to grad school. That's 5 years of studying biotechnology as a subject that I absolutely detest right now. But towards the end of my master's, I realized that I actually want to pursue something else. So I revisited this question and asked myself, what is typography? So in 2018, I decided to pursue my MFA in graphic design. So I came to MICA all the way from India. And during my time at MICA, I spent a lot of time experimenting with typography in different ways. And I even convinced myself that I was good at drawing letter forms of my own. So this is a typeface that I designed during my thesis year. It was inspired by my background in biotechnology, and it's called Mold. And it's basically a nod at the ever-changing nature of fungi. So it switches between a prickly and a soft form of the fungus. But very quickly I realized that I actually like working with fonts more than I like drawing them and designing them. Plus I thought it'd be wiser to just leave that to the fantastic type designers, some of which are here in this room today. And that is how my typographic journey began. So in 2020, when my creative patience was coming to an end, like most of us have experienced in that year, my cousin Adhishri on the left reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to collab? And I said, yes, let's do it. What do you want to do it about? So Adhishri and I grew up in a very traditional Western Indian household where we grew up cooking with our mothers and our grandmothers, and we all had that thing where we come together and celebrate festivals together. So food was a very big part of our lives. So we thought of revisiting that idea of memories that we all associated with food culture, and that is how Table Talk was born. So Table Talk emerged in the silent, isolated corners of the pandemic when long conversations, especially the kind that blur daily schedules, were greatly missed. So we attempted to fill these spaces with stories that use a plate of food to weave personal histories with bold design. So Adhishri interviewed a lot of interesting folks who so kindly walked us through their food memories and what culture and tradition meant to them through a plate of food, and we tied it together with beautiful design. So this is a quick walkthrough. So this is the landing page of Table Talk. So once you click on Potluck, it invites you to a table full of delicious food. You can move it around, set the table, and when you click on one of them, it takes you to the article. It talks about the person's background. We dive into their personal history. And we collaborated with 5 amazing women illustrators who provided their expertise. And the article concludes with the recipe that they share with all of us so you can make it at home. And I really wanted to make Table Talk not look like a typical food blog. So I went all out with color and type. And Adhishri was all about it. She's like, yeah, do your thing. Let's do it. So the heroes of these articles, I think, were these bold typographic openers that I designed. And And I really experimented with some of my favorite typefaces and font pairings to do justice to this idea of cultures melding together and reviving lost recipes with typographic cues and bold colors. and somehow we got featured in the Apple Live event, and somebody from India reached out to us and said, hey, we want to record a podcast episode with you guys. So if you want to hear Adhishri and I yap about Table Talk, you can go to Spotify and listen to us talking about Table Talk. This was a fun one. But yeah, that's my father and my mother and a very sleepy Shivani, circa 1998. They're watching this live in India right now, so hi, Ai Baba. So yeah, I grew up in a Marathi household. So Marathi is my mother tongue, and every single Marathi household has some quintessentially Marathi things. Like these books from the 50s with beautiful vintage ads, the coveted lunar calendar on the right called Kalanirnay, and my mother uses this really interesting reverse knife situation to like really chop her vegetables. She shows off every single time. It's oddly satisfying to watch. But the Marathi language uses the Indic script called Devanagari, and very recently I got to work with Kimaya Gandhi, who runs Mota Italic with Rob Keller in Berlin. So she designed the Devanagari version of this insane font that was originally designed by DJR, David Jonathan Ross. And they invited me to create some images using Fit Devanagari. And I started looking at things in my parents' house that reminded me of all the typography that I saw around me as I grew up, starting with this cookbook. So it's called Ruchira. And the copy that my mother has been passed on from her grandmother. So I am technically the 4th generation to own that book. But I thought of sort of, reimagining the cover of this book, and this is what it looked like with Fit Devanagari. This is another example of how it all came together. Then another example was, back at home, we used to have this brand of incense sticks called Parijat. And I thought it'd be fun to visualize a digital storefront for this otherwise vintage brand. So this is an example of that. And finally, I absolutely love designing vinyl covers, fictional and real, all of that. So this one was actually one of the concerts that my mother performed called Amrita Abhishek. So my mother is an Indian classical vocalist, and I grew up listening to her sing. And this record cover basically sums up all those days that I spent looking at old cassette covers and old vinyl covers that we had lying around the house. So when all of my friends were sort of listening to Rihanna and Taylor Swift, I was at home listening to some regional classical hits that my friends had absolutely no idea about. They're like, what are you listening to? I felt very uncool back then. But today when I think back and I look back at all of these things, they serve as such rich fodder for my designer brain to feed on. So I'm so grateful for that. So a lot of my work revolves around music, and it's always been a big part of my practice. And I love creating visual imagery for the music that I'm currently listening to, what's inspiring me, all of that. So this one was a fictional cover I designed for Rosalia. I love her music, so this was sort of the time when I was obsessed with this song called Huroke. Then this is some really funky lettering I did for one of my friends' EP that's launching later this year called Gaslight. And she had very specific instructions to include the color pink on the cover, so I made sure I did that. And a big contrast to the music that I listened to, I mean, of course, there was Indian classical music because my mother is a vocalist. My dad used to listen to a lot of calypso. So I also listened to a lot of Harry Belafonte. So this cover is sort of a tribute to some of those times that I spent listening to my dad listen to calypso. And if you've never heard Harry Belafonte's music, this video will give you a good idea of that.
You can talk about cha-cha, tango waltz or the rumba. Signora's dance has no title. You jump in the saddle, hold on to the bridle. Jump in the line, rock your body and time. Okay, I believe you. Jump in the line, rock your body. Rock your body, child. Jump in the line, rock your body in time. Somebody help me. Jump in the line.
So yeah, so somewhere when I was doing all these things, I think I realized that the space between cultures and letter forms and where they all melt together, that right there that's the good spot. And I spent so much time creating in that sweet spot. But it's even more amazing and it's cooler when you'd get to do that in your full-time job. I started working at Spotify roughly 2 years ago, right after I graduated from MICA, and it's been a pretty wild ride. But a funny thing, a fun fact, fun story. When I was interviewing at Spotify with my boss, he had, of course, seen my portfolio. He knew that I love and I'm obsessed with fonts and typefaces in general. So his question to me during the interview was, you do know that we just have one font we use at Spotify, right? It's called Spotify Circular. So how are you going to do that? And I said, just one typeface. And he's like, one typeface, you're hired, welcome. But all of that changed when I got to work on the Asian Heritage Month project last year. This was a very, very special one. And I love cultural moment projects that we do at Spotify because they often go unnoticed, but there's so much richness and value in them. So we wanted to do justice to the 2,500 languages that are spoken across South Asia. So we thought of developing a secondary typeface that would complement our primary typeface called Spotify Circular. And I started drawing letter forms that contrasted the rigidness of Circular. I know the type designers in this room are really hyperventilating looking at the way I have drawn that S. But I think it looks good. It looks good. And that resulted in heritage display. So we created the uppercase letter set for this typeface. These are all the letters. And we decided to use 30% of heritage display with 70% of circular so that it's still, we are still staying true to the brand. And to pay homage to the various metallic adornments that we see across Asian culture, we created bespoke AAPI elements in partnership with Hornet Studios. So they created beautiful motion and 3D elements that we used across the campaign. And this is how it all came together. We also took over a lot of playlists to highlight AAPI talent across the music industry. So these are some examples of playlist covers that we did. And you can see that even though we used another font, the brand still remained pretty recognizable and ownable, but it got a little bit of an edge over all the other campaigns that we roll out at Spotify. And we got to partner with almost 40 artists and podcasters throughout the month, and we loved sharing their voices on the platform with the world over the month of May. So this is how it all came together with motion. And we also wanted to sort of maximize this opportunity to invite other AAPI illustrators and designers. So we partnered with the fantastic Jocelyn Tsai, who created a mural for us that lived in Chinatown in New York during AAPI Heritage Month. And here is a little time lapse of the entire process. Love merch. So whenever a campaign comes to an end, we want to thank all the employees and the core creative team that worked on that campaign. So we decided to make that a little more meaningful, and we partnered with two small AAPI businesses. One was Bison Candle that created candles with very nostalgic Asian fragrances like yuzu and dragon fruit. And then we also partnered with Alaya Tea House, who made beautiful chamomile tea for us. And nothing at Spotify is complete without playlists. Like, we create a playlist for literally everything. And even for these two things, we created chamomile and tangerine. So you can listen to this playlist as you sip your tea or drench yourself in the incense. And we created an IG filter, and shout out to my amazing team that worked on this project with me. That's Josephine, who is the art director, Edward, the creative director. And no, we did not coordinate our outfits to match the filter. This was completely, it was a coincidence. But to conclude the month, we partnered with Audrey Nona, who is a Korean-American R&B singer and rapper, to cover one of her favorite Korean songs called That XX. And we reached out to the amazing folks at Buck to create a 30-second visualizer for Audrey's song. And it was really beautiful to see how they took our design system and made it their own, including the metallic typography and these beautiful, beautiful visuals. So I'll leave you guys with this animation that they did for her.
내가 슬퍼할 때면 나는 죽을 것만 같고 baby 그 새끼보다 내가 못한 게 뭐야 도대체 왜 너는 가질 수 없는 거야 그 새끼 너를 사랑하는 게 아니야 언제까지 바보가 지우고만 있을 거야
Gorgeous. But yeah, I think in my very short design sprint from 2018 to 2022, 4 years, I got to work on some numerous type projects and with amazing people, like this book cover I had the honor of designing for Ellen. And when I look back at it all and when I look back at my journey, I'm so glad I asked the question, Alexa, what is typography? Thank you so much.
So great. Alexa, what is typography? I really have no idea. You now have a break, a proper long break. Please come back at 4:20 for more typographic content. See you at 4:20. Hello. Welcome back. We have another amazing spotlight. This is a special preview of the new Cheryl D. Miller collection at the Herb Blue Ballon Study Center here at Cooper Union. Woo! That was bad. So you get to see it first. I'm back. That was beautiful. I can't wait to see this amazing exhibition and collection. Anthony Bryant is a designer and creative director based in Brooklyn. He has collaborated with Nike, Apple, the New York Times Magazine, and the North Face, and he currently works as a freelance creative director with Nike and Atmos Magazine. He's also an art director for the menswear magazine Just Smile, which spotlights young creatives of color. When Anthony started attending design school, he felt like an outsider. This experience shaped how he feels about the profession and his approach to his own practice. Anthony goes beyond aesthetics by mining cultural references. Welcome, Anthony Bryant.
Mic check. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. I want to start off by saying thank you to the Typographics Conference for inviting me to speak. Ellen and Sasha, just thank you for bringing me here. And to be completely honest, when I got the email from Sasha about speaking at the conference, I thought I was being scammed. Just knowing that my work generally finds itself in a broader creative direction and art direction sense. But as I started to think about what I wanted to speak about and how I wanted to shape my talk, I realized my relationship to graphic design has been a very complex journey, and it started in school. So you see here is just some very early work of mine as I was starting out my career as a graphic designer. And one of the things that I immediately noticed when I started studying design was how out of place I felt within the program. And the information, the visual references, the curriculum and the material didn't resonate with me, and it felt foreign in a lot of ways to what I wanted to do and what I wanted to create with my artistry. And contrast that with also studying Black studies and finding myself in courses where the material and the information resonated, the cultural communities that we were studying and speaking through truly felt at home. And as I was going through my studies, I wanted to reconcile that difference that I found as I was going from design classes and Black studies classes. So a lot of my early work was how do I bridge those two worlds, and how do I create meaning in a design world where I felt like an outsider. So here's some early type explorations that I did as I was beginning my career as a designer. And this was a typeface that myself and a buddy, Diego, designed for a musician named Zaki. His music was a Afro beat, Afro bass sound, really sonically vibrant and really sonically bold. And we wanted to create letters that had a lot of information and meaning embedded into them, and wanted the typography and the letters to really speak to the vibrancy and the sonic aggression of his sound. And going back to as I was studying Black studies and graphic design, I was often in my Black studies courses and coming across information and questioning, why isn't this a part of the design program? Why are we not examining something like Egyptian hieroglyphs as a design system and a design language? And I felt at odds with that, and part of that thought process and that reconciliation was, how do I create some typography inspired by these ancient hieroglyphs? And this is the sans version of the type, called Kemet, and each character has its own individual meaning, but it collectively forms a whole body of work. And as part of this typography, it wasn't just about, in my perspective, type to exist as type, but I really wanted to find ways to build community and use my design practice as a way to form and shape communities. You can see some more of this is examples of the letters taking shape, but ultimately this turned into a clothing brand that I formed, and what I really wanted to achieve is taking my my design work and building and creating communities and translating these meanings that I was finding and mining from the cultural backgrounds and information that really resonated with me. And you can see this is some of the imagery from the clothing brand. So transitioning now, and as I was continuing my career as a designer, one of the points of emphasis was how do I continue to build community through my design practice, and knowing that as I was studying and my experiences as a graphic designer, I felt like an outsider, and I felt like I wasn't fully a part of that community, but I wanted to use design to build community and continue to create bridges through my design work. And that takes us to Bantu Wax. So Bantu Wax is an African surf brand, the only African surf brand of its kind, a truly unique visual experience. If you've ever seen surfers in West Africa and how they surf, it's really incredible and amazing, and it's a very vibrant community. And when I was approached to create some designs for the brand, I immediately leapt at the idea just to be able to contribute to a brand and a community that I felt was really admirable. So starting out in my design process, I was looking at references across the African diaspora and looking for points of information that really resonated with me and things that I could mine for my design aesthetic. And here's a look at Bantu braids, which is what the name Bantu Wax comes from, are these braid styles in Africa. And some more visual references. And ultimately, as I began exploring Bantu Wax and how I wanted the visual aesthetics to come together, I wanted to create these really graphic and vibrantly colored designs. And the initial explorations were more just taking the shape and reference points of the traditional wax prints and translating them into graphics for the t-shirts. And then here's some more visual reference. This is in South Africa. These are the homes that are painted in these really incredible designs, really bold and vibrant. And I looked at these bodies of work, and I was trying to find how could I bring typography into this? How could I take these references and start to bring in letters into this? So this was a design for Cape Town. You can see the Cape Town in here. But I wanted to take that initial reference of these really geometric and graphic shapes and start to introduce and bring in letter forms into the design. And here's a look at another design. This is Bantu Wax. This ultimately turned into a beach towel. But again, how do we take these geometric shapes, these visual reference points, and I was interested in how do I bring typography into this, and how do I take that reference point and form letters and embed that meaning and that initial visual reference point. And here's another design. This is wax, and a really kind of amazing story. When I traveled to Senegal, I met a lot of artists and creatives there, and I met a painter, and he was telling me about the brand Bantu Wax and how much he loved it. And when he found out that I designed this graphic, he felt so compelled, and he told me that this, as soon as he saw this graphic, it really moved him to be a part of the community and be a part of Bantu Wax, and I was really humbled by that experience, and to see how much my design could resonate with someone that was on another continent, had a completely different background as mine, and he saw a work of mine and felt so compelled to put it on and wear it. And for me, that really speaks to this notion and this understanding when I think about my work is I would rather have a few people love my work versus a lot of people liking my work. And when I approach my work, I understand that it's not for everyone, and it's not meant to be and intended to be designs for everyone. And I love the idea of really referencing and tapping into cultures and creating designs and having a point of view that is specific to a community, and the idea that reject homogeny in design, where we can embrace all of the eccentricities and all of the diversity that is within the human experience, and having that moment with this other artist and this other creative in Senegal really distilled that feeling where I'd rather design for a small community. Here's a look at the t-shirt on a very cool kid in New York City. This is not Senegal. Getting into some more work with Bantu, going back to the original name of the brand. Bantu was inspired by these Bantu braids, and all of the previous work that I was doing with this brand at the time was very geometric. It was very structured. It was taking inspiration from those wax prints, and I wanted to start to break out of that form and design in a more organic and free-form way. You can start to see I took these images and these references of the Bantu braids and began to play around with typography and how could I turn the braids into letters and type and begin to have more fun and organic ways to translate the meaning and embed meaning for Bantu. So this was one iteration of the design, and I really liked the design. I thought it was interesting, and I asked, what if I just removed the form of the woman altogether? How could I create letters from what existed in these hairstyles, where I was essentially collaging the information that I had available to create letter forms, and it formed this look at Bantu wax. I really love how the process informed and ultimately decided what the final outcome would look like, where I had a set of parameters. I had the images of the hair, and I cut them up and started to piece the letter forms together. And you still see some of the initial references, but ultimately it forms its own look and aesthetic. And here's the following set of images are from the lookbook collection launch for Bantu, and you can start to see how it all comes together and it forms this really, really beautiful and vibrant story of African surf culture and Bantu wax. All of the images in this were photographed in Dakar, and you can see how the culture is translated through design, but ultimately this experience and the vibrancy that is the surf culture in West Africa and Dakar specifically. So I'm going to transition into some more recent work, and again, as I approach any project and whenever I'm working on anything, I'm always trying to uncover and how do I embed meaning into my design work. And before I start any project, I usually ask, why does this need to exist? Does it have to exist? And if it does, what would be the purpose for it to exist outside of just looking pretty? So I was asked to commission a piece for ringing in the year 2021, which is a daunting task considering everything that happened in 2020. It didn't feel like a moment to celebrate or a moment to cheer in a new year. Instead, it felt like a time to reflect remind ourselves of everything that happened in 2020 and not to just forget and move on. So ultimately, I approached the design of this in the same spirit and the same emotion that I was feeling at the end of 2020. Is I wanted to remind everyone to be reflective and to not take this moment as a necessarily a celebration, but a reminder that we need to hold ourselves accountable to all of the actions that we spoke about politically in 2020, and I wanted the design to reflect that. So it says, "When tomorrow comes, will you keep yesterday's promise?" And this is a case where I was asked to design whatever I wanted to, and it felt like I needed to design something that felt like there was a reason for it to exist, and the reason was to continue to ask ourselves that question. So transitioning into some of my editorial work, and what you see here are some spreads from Just Smile, which, like Ellen said, it's a publication that celebrates Black and POC voices in fashion and culture. And when I was asked to design the magazine, I had no prior editorial or magazine experience. For full transparency, I'm terrible at setting up and forming grids. But again, it was a project that felt completely in line with the type of work that I like to create and the community that I create my design for. So I said, sure, let's design a magazine. We'll figure it out. And design the magazine. We're currently on our 3rd issue, and as a result of this experience and kind of just jumping into this project, I was fortunate enough to work with the New York Times Magazine, and a publication that I respect widely, and transitioning into Atmos Magazine, which was another publication that I began to work with. And here's some of the images from the contributors of the magazine. And when I set out to redesign the publication, there was a modesty that I wanted to embed into the design. I wanted to ensure that the design complemented the imagery, but also was quiet enough to make sure that these images really had place to showcase themselves. And again, going back to meaning, the 2 filters that I wanted to run the publication design through was, how do we embrace the natural elements and the natural aspects of the design, and how do we use design to reveal the meaning of the content of the story. So this is a story about the space between, and a space story, and I wanted the typography to reflect the image of the stars, and how do we start to reveal and tease the content of the publication and the article through the design. Here's some more of the spreads. This next one is a story about a river, river preservation, and we were talking about the design and how do we bring our natural and narrative elements to this, and said, what if we just break the grid and have the text form and flow into a river. And it felt like a really organic way to translate the story of this river. Here's some more of the spreads. This contribution is from a photographer, Josue Rivas, about his indigenous community, and he had these really beautiful images and collaging elements that he would draw on top of the images, and he contributed poetry that we wanted to have the same flowing and organic nature that existed in the drawings over his images. And another aspect of Atmos was, for each issue there was a specific font for the theme of the magazine. The theme of this issue was Beyond, and the font in the middle is the one that I chose, and partially I chose it because I was so bored with the other fonts in the publication, so I wanted something that felt really really aggressive and really had a lot of detail. And ultimately, this is some of the spreads that we're using this font wired. Another element that ultimately didn't end up making the cut in the magazine was the natural elements. So this story was on the hijab with Muslim women, and I had Aisha Khan, a designer, illustrate these henna eyes and graphics that we would apply to the artwork. And here's some more spreads from the publication, and ultimately this is the full breadth of the magazine and the publication. Again, wanting the design to hint at the content of the story, but allow the images and allow the information to shine through. And yeah, that's my talk. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, that was really terrific. Amazing work. I didn't want it to end. I don't want the day to end, but it will. And we're going to hear one more talk before that happens. The last talk of the day is a duet between Matteo Bologna and Sean O'Connor, who are both designers at Muka, a branding studio founded by Matteo, and where Sean works as a designer, lettering artist, and typographer. They're going to talk about a project that has a lot to do with food, so I hope you're hungry. This is kind of dinner and dessert and all that in one. And they're going to go deep into a font. They created a custom variable typeface for a new business called the Tin Building by Jean Georges, which is an array of restaurants and shops and tasty little things in Manhattan Seaport. And they're going to show us what variable fonts are for. Thank you. Come on up.
You know how in a movie there's a musical score, the theme song, that gets repeated over and over, like it could be slow and romantic for a love scene, and then booming and fast-paced during an action scene. And in all those moments, you can still hear the same melody. All you probably recognize this music, and you're wondering what the fuck has to do with type. Okay, hang on. First, a little background about this project. For the last 2 years, maybe 3, we've been working on an enormous branding project for a new food hall and marketplace by the superstar chef Jean-Georges Vongen-Richten. It opens next month in New York South Street Seaport, right there. And right now we are all up there at Cooper. And this project was really complex and it really used all our areas of expertise. It's called the Team Building, and our scope was this: the brand identity, signage and wayfinding, 1 food truck, 1 candy store, 3 bars, 6 sit-down restaurants, 5 fast casual counters, 1 food market with 8 counters, an apparel line and home goods line with 12 SKUs, 2 groceries. It's getting boring. And a private label with 28 collections and more than 400 SKUs.
Okay, so after we stopped breathing into a paper bag, we got to work. And since this is set in a historic location, well, we began by looking at the past. I'll give you guys some brief history here. So the Tim Building was originally built in New York in 1907, and it housed the famous Fulton Fish Market. It was a bustling, yet funky smelling place with a colorful history. And it was the center of commerce, really at the center of the world. In later years, it was a place where you could find chefs haggling with mobsters over a tuna at 2 a.m., as they say, only in New York. But the best part about working on a project like this is there's plenty of reference material. And in this case, we had a boatload of it. From these old, beautiful letterheads and billheads to old fishmonger calling cards, or I guess as we would call them today, business cards, even to old signage. It was a true treasure trove, or as Mr. Bologna would call it, pure design porn.
I would never do that. But maybe there's such a thing as too much inspiration, because someone went a bit overboard in the sketching phase. At a certain point, I really had to force Sean to stop iterating and take a step back to review, okay?
The truth is, while we loved all these curves and quirks of this vintage type that we were referencing, we felt that somehow these decorative letter forms didn't quite capture that gritty, unrefined essence of this place that we're branding. But it was then, while we were looking again at old photos of the Tim Building, we realized that the answer was right in front of us all along. These old vendor signs and their typography with chamfered corners and mismatched widths, it perfectly captured that raw, functional spirit of this old commercial space. In many ways, it was kind of the variable font of its time. And the more we looked around at other maritime signage, the more we realized how this style of typography really is intrinsically linked to this world. So, back to the drawing board we went. We continued sketching to create something more related to this utilitarian world that I just mentioned. Of course, I couldn't help myself, played with adding swashes and drop caps and shadows and all that fun stuff, but it was still too complex. But after sketching a little more and a little more, and once we landed on a skeleton that we felt good about, we felt like it was bold and strong enough to really hold its own, that's when we added, very intentionally, this inner beveling, kind of like a chiseled sign to align with our historical references, and almost more importantly than that, to make it memorable. But the truth is, of course, this isn't a gritty fish market anymore, right? It's a high-end culinary destination by a world-famous chef. So we create a delicate monogram to elevate the brand to the caliber of Jean-Georges, while still referencing that maritime tradition of the place. Another way we used typography as a brand signature was to drop the initial caps below the baseline on the chef's name, something we'd seen done in old print ephemera, and we adopted as our own. This simple gesture became a key distinctive element of the Tim Building brand, and we carried it through everything from packaging to collateral, all the way even to signage.
And it's really super fucking cool. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you again because it's small but really cool. Isn't it?
That was the that was the applause you were looking for. Excellent.
Thank you.
So other essential elements of the brand were this two-color system of a light and a dark green, a border to contain these graphic elements, and I know you've been patiently waiting. The third and arguably the most defining element of this brand is, of course, our soundtrack, the font. So fast forward to no exit octagonal variable. This is a font we designed to accommodate really a project of this magnitude with literally hundreds of applications. As you saw, this is like probably the biggest project we've had in the canon of Muka. We knew from the size of our scope that any custom font was going to have to do some serious heavy lifting. No Exit was designed to fit on everything from a pack of mints, pretty small, all the way to the side of the building. So that guy is 13 feet tall. It was going to be 17 feet, but we scaled it down. And now back to that music reference we started the talk with. The typeface is like a continuous melody played across the entire brand and its sub-brands. Its flexibility allowed us to riff off of it, like a song performed in different styles, with different instruments and different arrangements. A great example of this is the identity system we created for the 11 food venues inside the building that needed to retain some visual link to the parent brand. So we started with the basic font, and then we gave each logo its own sound, its own rhythm, ultimately its own arrangement. So for Tea Cafe, which is one of the venues inside, the logo is inspired by old Italian espresso machines, where a mandolin is the perfect soundtrack.
Of course, to be really Italian, it should have had 2 Fs, but whatever. Americans.
For the French brasserie, the tune is performed by a solo accordionist at a romantic dinner under the Eiffel Tower. And the truth is, that same melody is still recognizable, regardless of the arrangements or the instruments used to play it. Whether it be the London Symphony Orchestra, or in this case, a mariachi band, we still hear that same song. So as we continued on this, quite frankly, massive scope, it became apparent what a powerful tool this flexible font was. It was really the glue that held this whole complex system together, allowing for moments of custom tailoring when necessary, right? Like in the case of those venues. And the ability of the font to expand and contract was incredibly valuable in the production phase, when we were working with both long and short names all on the same size label. For the dried herbs and spices alone, we had to design a system for factoring in for over 100 SKUs. And the area was pretty small, even though these guys look huge here. But aside from the practicality of the variable widths, the font also had the advantage of being kind of a blank canvas. It gave us the freedom to really manipulate this sound and to change the voice to suit our needs. So certain product collections were everyday items, like the teas. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we had more premium products, like the high-end olive oils, vinegars. We even designed a collection of chocolates here with a world-famous chocolatier named Jacques Dorez. And if we zoom into these for just a minute, you can see that by adding all these elements that I was trying to inject into the logo, the drop shadows and the foil outlines and the embossings and all these fancy print techniques, we were able to really elevate the packaging for certain collections that merited doing so, all while still retaining that brand connection. For other product lines, like the sauces, the marinades, the dressings, well, we broke one of the golden rules of design, making the net weight almost as big as the product name. And in effect, we were able to get a label system approved by the client that looks like little type specimens when they're all lined up on the shelf. Small victories.
Go typography.
We're pretty excited about that one.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for other products like the sparkling sodas, we expanded the visual language yet again. This time using backgrounds reminiscent of nautical flags with colors that helped us differentiate flavors. We really got to push the boundaries of this font, all while working on the collateral, specifically for the parent brand. So knowing that we would have a captive audience inside the building, already somewhat familiar with the brand, allowed us to be even more expressive with the type. And in this case, treat it almost as if it were an illustration. And this kitchen towel was designed for that rare combination of type nerd and home chef. We see you out there.
So, as you can see, this was really a big effort. And like in all our projects, our goal was to create something that feels timeless, that it won't be dated in 5 days. By drawing inspiration from the past without making a carbon copy of it, we really try to bring a sense of authenticity and longevity to this new iteration of this historic team building by Jean-Georges. And now, we conclude by sharing some of our secrets. Are you ready? Rule number 1, when you have this kind of project, don't do a Disney. It's not a fucking theme park, okay? Rule number 2, have rules. Maybe this was supposed to be rule number 1. Okay. We created an explicit set of design rules during this project that we used to prevent the boat from veering into a storm. It's so complex that we really need to work very tight. And these rules helped us to stay on course to build a brand that felt thoroughly considered, cohesive, and recognizable. 1 frame, 2 colors, 1 font. That's it. The best thing about a strong set of rules is also you can break them when necessary without sinking the whole system. Allowing room to explore makes an identity feel more alive and dynamic and less boring and corporate. And sometimes, it's just practical. We need to add colors because, flavors. And with so many SKUs and so many product lines, we had to keep the consumer in mind and guide them with something other than type. Okay, also with type, we actually included a secondary font, Caslon Ionic by Commercial Classics. Great job. That was more legible than our font for smaller body copy. This project, though, also could not have happened without a lot of hands on deck. And we'd like to take a moment to recognize them here. So we started with a strategic workshop, and we ended with a 53,000 square foot building that contains the results of many, many months of effort. Both our whole team and the team in Jean-Georges and the Howard U corporations. We all worked on together. And we hope you go there, because there's plenty more than we couldn't fit in this 20 minutes talk. And next Wednesday, we'll be giving an exclusive tour pre-opening. It's opening next month. So we encourage you to register for it. It's going to be maybe Sunday, it's going to be in the Typographic website, and there's only 25 seats, so we accept bribes. So, thank you very much.
And may the fonts be with you.
A party.
So with this, we conclude day one, and we invite you to join us at the party at the press room, which is downtown. It is not walking distance, so you probably will want to take a cab or subway, lovely New York City subway. Please don't forget your badges. That will be your way into it. And
10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m.
Here.
tomorrow. Here. We'll see you there.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
with us all day.
Take care.